Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm sorry that it took me so long. I was tired, man. I fucking slept, bro. I slept. I needed that sleep. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, I got a bunch of raids while I was sleeping. I'm sorry. Oh shoot, I feel really bad. Thank you, Shadow Wheelie 3 for the for the raid. Thank you, CBHN Jose for the follow. Thank you, Koilixia for the raid. Thank you, Nix1 for the follow. Thank you, Boss Carrot Builds for the follow or for the raid as well. Sorry. Welcome everyone. Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right, everyone. Good morning. It's morning. New morning. New day. New day. You're fine. I shouted them out. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you doing that while I was away. Thank you. Mm. I got more coffee brewing. I'm depraved of coffee. I need my coffee. Also, it's so funny because remember we were playing Chaos Child yesterday? Well, I didn't know this, but apparently it was their 10-year anniversary recently. And I watched a video about it, and it was actually really, really good. The video that I watched about it, it's like, I guess I never really thought about it in such a deep level, but like, they're kind of right. Like, a lot of the stuff, even though it's an old game, keep in mind, it is still very relevant till this day. Because, again, it's about these kids who are terminally online. That's kind of the whole thing with both Chaos Head and Chaos Child. Chaos Head, like, the first character was, like, terminally online. He was a neat, or not neat, I guess a shut-in, I guess, whatever you want to call it. He was a shut-in. Like, a total shut-in dude. He was a total shut-in. And he fantasized about anime girls so much that he started getting hallucinations of these anime girls being real. So, I do have to admit, I find it very interesting knowing that, like, it actually goes into deep problems. Like, hey, terminally online, this is the kind of shit that you go through. I'm gonna watch the video with you guys again. Because, like, I don't really think you guys understand. Like, this changed my perspective of the game. Yeah, I agree. I have some pet peeves with the game being a shit ton of filler. Like, the game is filler. There's no doubt. It's a lot of filler. There's a lot of routes that are unnecessary, and it's kind of slow because you got all these other things happening in the schools and whatnot. But dude, it actually goes deep. Like, I never realized, and this is recent too, 10 years later. I can't believe it, dude. That's crazy. So this was what, 5 months ago they had their 10-year anniversary. That's crazy. Like, that makes me feel old. Because I was like, I want to say maybe like 13? Bro, I don't know how old I was when the first game came out. But I wasn't like super old or anything. But, I was in my teen years. So the fact that, like, I don't know, I feel like it's still very relevant. It's more so, I feel like more so that Chaos Child's more relevant. Because, again, even though you'll see in the beginning, it'll say, like, hey, we're not affiliated with any real events. It happened right around the time of writing. A huge event happened in Japan. And he'll actually talk about that, I think, in this video. It's really interesting, man. I think this has kind of rekindled my motivation to want to play it. I'm not even going to lie. I'm PvPing a dog and I'm losing. Help. What? Skill issue. skill issue. But I actually want to watch this with you guys because I think that they worded this really well, and it gave me a different perspective. Like, actually playing through it, you know?
Years. It's now been a decade since the original release of Delusional Science ADV Chaos Child. And considering that the creators don't seem to plan on doing anything significant for the occasion,
I have my glasses
figured
on, don't
I
worry.
needed to do something myself, considering how unbelievably special of a story this is, and how much it's meant to.
And I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm gonna be so real. Anyone who's really a huge fanatic for anything science ADV related, this changed it. Like, Chaos Child set the bar so high. The storytelling is incredible. Everything about it. I'll just shut up. I'll watch the
If
video.
you've never heard of Chaos Child before, it is the fourth entry in Mages' and Shiomaru
It is the
Studios'
fourth
Science
entry.
Adventure series, and the thematic sequel to the series' first entry, Chaos Head Noah. The Science Adventure series itself is a long-running sci-fi visual.
Like, we kind of went over this before.
That Detective Axo donated 30 Danish kroner by.
Hey, yo, Axel, thank you so much. Oh, my God. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Okay, wait, what does that set us to? Where does that set us at on the list? Hold on. Thank you so much. What is that? That adds us $3.11. So, I need a calculator. Hold on. Where's my computer calculator? So we're at 11. Hold on. I mean, 103.45 plus $3.11. That set us to 106. All right, that set us to 106.56. That sets our goal to 106.56. Ooh, let's go. Yay! Yay! Thank you. Thank you, Axolotl. Thank you. 36 hours of streams. We're getting out the 48 hour mark. Keep in mind, I started a day early. So, we're going to go a little over that 48 mark. Huh? How much? Our goal is now at $106.56. Because, the currency rate for Swedish dollars is converted to $3.11. At least according to Google. At least according to Google. That's what it's saying. $3.11 is what it's saying here. It's the conversion. I'm Danish, not Swedish? Why does it show Danish money when I Google it? Don't tell me I've been doing shit wrong. Huh? Oh, wait. Oh, here. Danish kroner to USD. Oh, I did my math wrong. Wait, did I have it right? How do I do the currency, thing? So wait, hold on. I'm trying to do math. Hold on. So we're at 106.56. So if it's not 459 USD? Oh shit, you right. I did my math wrong. Dude, Google's wrong. I typed it in Google wrong. That's what I did wrong. Shit, what were we at before? What were we at before? Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. I know how to do this. 106.56 minus 103.45 plus $4.60. It doesn't automatically convert it, so that's why I was confused. Okay, actually, we're at 108.05. Fucking Google has like several answers. So I went with the first one, which clearly wasn't right. The first one it gave me was $3,000. I wish. I wish you donated that. Oh my god. Please, imagine donating that much money. I wish. Okay. Our updated balance is 108.05. Oh my goodness. No, I Googled it. I literally Googled it. And I don't know why the first result for it was Swedish kroner to US dollars exchange rates. It said USD 3,001. I was like, no way. Huh? I'll be right back. Okay. Because I literally Googled it. I Googled KKR 30 to USD. Did I do? I don't know what the fuck that first option was, but I was like, hold on, $3,000. What? And then the second result said $3.11. And then I scrolled down further, and then now it's saying $4.59. Dude, what is with this? Google doesn't know how to fucking translate money for me. I will be right back. I need to donate to the homeless. Oh my god. Time to rob a bank with beans. You should donate to yourself then. Oh my god, damn. Damn, that was unnecessarily brutal. That was unnecessarily brutal. Jesus. I accidentally closed the video. Oh my god. Fuck, hold up. I gotta find the video again.
Self is a long
But thank you so very much. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Alright, let's get to the video chat. But yeah, we were talking about the order of things earlier. Oh, shit. Excuse me. I need blankie. Excuse me. Oh, that just made my head hurt. Again and again. Oh my god. My nose is snuffling. I'm sorry. My nose is snuffly. But yeah, I think it's interesting to see there's more than one, which I didn't actually know. So there's Chaos Head Noah, which is the original. Then goes to Steins Gate. Then goes to Chaos Head something Choo Choo. I've never heard of that. Robotics Notes. Then Chaos Child. Then Steins Gate. Another Steins Gate. And then Chaos Child Choo Choo. What is this? Occultic Name. Or Occultic 9. Robotics Notes Dash. And then Anonymous Code. So I played the first game years ago. I no longer own the copy, like I said. I don't know, is there a way to get an American English copy of it? I think it's on Steam. I know that Steins Gate. I don't. Oh wait, does Steins Gate have an English adaptation? I don't remember if it does on Steam. See, this is the hard part with these types of games. They're just, like, in recent years, starting to get English adaptations. They've been out for fucking ages. But only in, like, I want to say last 3-4 years have they actually started, or maybe longer than that. Maybe, like, the past, like, 4 or 5 years. I think they're starting to push out the American audience. Even though these games are old, you know? I know for Chaos Head Noah, there was a software you had to install that would basically roughly, very, very roughly, translate everything in the game. Because at the time I played it, there was no English adaptation. There was no English. So you had to download this, like, fucking sketchy thing from a website to basically make it, like, a translated version. If that makes sense, I guess, you know? But, yeah, it does. I watched someone stream it. See, I kind of want to play it. I won't even lie. Like, again, my favorite type of game is science adventure series. These are so detailed. And they're actually going to be releasing another Steins Gate. Because I think, I may be wrong, I think this is actually outdated. Because they have Steins Gate, they have the second one, there's a third one, and then they're doing a new one that has yet to be announced. Again, Steins Gate, big community. I'm gonna be fair though, I hate the anime, I'm sorry. I fucking hate the anime. Don't even get me started on Chaos Head anime, ass, don't bother watching it. Basically, they shoved a 100+ something hour game into like an anime, and it just doesn't work. Same with Chaos Child, the anime, it just... Do yourself a favor, just play the fucking game. Robotics Notes, I actually don't know anything about. I'm gonna be so real with you, I don't know anything about it. I'd be interested in playing it, maybe. I don't know. The thing is, it needs to be very story, like... You know, I don't know how to word it. Why is there a Halloween noise?
I can't donate anymore, but I can.
What's with the Halloween alert? Why is there a Halloween alert? Thank you for the $1. Thank you, Winter. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It says our total is 109.05. Thank you so much, Winter. Much appreciated. Why the fuck was there Halloween on it? You guys heard that. What? Why was the alert Halloween sounding? What was that about? I'm not going crazy, right? I guess he wanted Halloween early. I'm gonna have to go on my alerts and see what the fuck. Why did it turn on the Halloween variants? I did not set that up yet. Damn. Okay. What the fuck? But yeah, no, I think this is very interesting, though.
Running sci-fi visual novel franchise, best known for its second entry, Steins Gate.
Steins Gate blew up. And that's actually, I think Steins Gate is what put these types of games on the map. And then people started playing the first adaptation, the Chaos Head. So I feel like it went weirdly in order. Like, in a weird order. So it was Steins Gate, Chaos Head Noah, and then Chaos Child blew them up. So...
It typically has its own cast, setting, and unique central sci-fi...
But I'm gonna be so real with you, I have a pet peeve with what I do know about Steins Gate and the games. I'm gonna be so real with you. My pet peeve is the ridiculous amount of routes, because basically you're just dating every single girl, and you're going through these different lines. Like, I feel like that's a pet peeve I have. The story doesn't seem very cohesive. It's kind of a little all over the place. And that's kind of what I struggle with a little bit with these types of games, is they suck at doing routes. I'm going to be so real with you. Halloween arrived early for me. No kidding. For real, for real. Anyways, I got us a good daddle now. Alright, thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Take care. Bye
Concept,
bye.
but they all build upon their predecessors narratively, mechanically, and thematically to make a sort of overarching storyline spanning 6 mainline entries thus far.
And I do
I've
love,
made an in-depth
again, part of why I love these games is because they're kind of in order for a reason. They're all interconnected universes, but completely different people. Like, it's crazy. It's really good, though.
Beginner's guide video to the overarching series in case that interests you. To give a brief overview of Chaos Child itself, it's a murder mystery that takes place in 2015, 6 years after a massive earthquake completely destroyed all of Shibuya, creating an entire generation of deeply traumatized youth that developed a form of PTSD known as Chaos Child Syndrome. The story follows Miyashiro Takuru, self-proclaimed right-sider, and the president of the newspaper club at Heikyo Academy, a high school formed as part of the Shibuya restoration efforts. As the newspaper club investigates a new series of incredibly gruesome and grotesque murders, Takuru realizes that they're being done on the exact same days as, and in very similar fashion, to another series of murders that took place 6 years prior, known as the New Generation Madness.
And we know already New Generation Madness is, again, this is like continuing from the first game. But then there was a break in between. So we had the first game, then we had Steins Gate, same universe, fucked everything over, and now we have Chaos Child. So again, they're all interconnected in that.
As Takuru continues investigating the return of the New Generation Madness, he finds that he may have gotten himself dragged into far more than he bargained for, with his escapades not only endangering himself, but also everybody he cares about. Within the context of the overarching series, Chaos Child is in a little bit of a unique position for a couple of different reasons. I briefly alluded to this earlier, but Chaos Child is not just the 4th mainline side EV entry, but also a thematic sequel to the series' first entry, Chaos Had Noah. Some of you might be wondering what I mean by thematic sequel. And what I mean is that it's like a conventional sequel that explores the same sort of concepts. In this case, it's another murder mystery with
God. It's also interesting, I'm gonna be so real with you, seeing how much better the production quality. I'm not saying this is ass, this is still really good. But first game versus
illusions as its central sci-fi concept.
Recent game.
But it has a brand new cast and brand new storyline, and the portrayal
and the music. I'm sorry, hot take. The music fucking slaps, bro. The music is so good. The music is fucking phenomenal too.
Stories, themes.
Their whole animes, like the anime intro to like just the game,
so
is good.
Heavily into the expectations.
What do you call? Wait.
To have.
I have a stupid question. What are game music, like the intro for an anime game? There's a name for like a particular music thing for. I can't think of it for some reason. It's on the tip of my head, but I can't think of it.
If you've played Chaos at Noah first, the way I like to put it, Chaos Child is basically a sequel to Chaos at Noah in every way besides the cast. So I wouldn't recommend going into this without having at least gone through Chaos at Noah first. Many parts of the story won't make as much sense without its context, and that can potentially deeply hinder one's experience with it.
And again, as a fanatic, I played it years ago. I wish I still owned a physical copy. If I can get a English copy, I would definitely play it.
The reason why this entry is rather unique is because it mostly wasn't written by Naota Takahashi, the lead writer for Chaos Head, Steins Gate Robotics Notes, and later on Anonymous Code. Rather, the lead writer for Chaos Child was Eiji Umehara,
a fucking genius,
who came on board for Chaos Child as a guest writer. In the grand scheme of things, in part, this also makes it so that Chaos Child doesn't actually contribute much to the overarching series narrative. Because of that, I like to call Chaos Child the franchise's filler entry.
That is true. It kind of is a filler entry, but despite all of it, it's amazing because it's still so detailed. I'll shut up. I'll let him go into it.
It's still a fan favorite to this day, with majors often advertising that fans generally consider it to be the best entry in the series.
I
For me
agree.
personally,
I agree. From what I have played or seen or watched people play, Chaos Child, even 10 years later, is still relevant. And this video kind of like put it in context for me to make it make more sense. Hello, Kim. How are you? Welcome, welcome. We're watching about Chaos Child, and they had a 10-year anniversary this year. And I watched this video last night before I went to bed, and it really changed my perspective on the series a little, you know?
it's also tied with Anonymous Code for being my favorite visual novel of all time. So now, with it being Chaos Child's 10th anniversary, I wanted to reflect back upon my experiences with the VN. My personal journey with Chaos Child began back in 2018, just a little while after the Steins Gate Zero anime had finished airing, and at a time where I was hungry for more content related to Steins Gate.
See, it's interesting. I didn't start with Steins Gate. I started with watching, I forgot what the YouTuber's name was. I'm so sorry. It's been so long. I watched a YouTuber play Chaos Head Noah years and years and years and years ago on YouTube. And then I got a copy of the game myself, which was a nightmare to get, let me tell you, getting a physical copy. And then I went through that whole series, and I was hooked. Ever since, that was my first game, and that's, I guess, ironically, the first game in the whole archive of all these games. But that got me hooked, not Steins Gate, which usually people start with Steins Gate, get hooked, go backwards in time. I started from the beginning.
Then
I skipped to the 4th entry.
I found out about an upcoming game called Robotics Notes Dash, whose namesake I recognized from Linear Bounded Phenagram. And so I came to find out that this whole time, Steins Gate was just the second part of a longer series.
Oh yeah, they're all,
so I
again,
started
they're
off
all
my journey with Psy
one
ADV,
big series.
which is only just starting to become accessible for English speakers. I first went...
That is true. I was talking about that earlier. It's just now starting to fully become, like, accessible to people who speak English. I don't think that the newer ones have English adaptations yet. But I do think that they have plans for it. The new Steins Gate, I don't think they have an English adaptation yet.
Went through a YouTube walkthrough of the original version of Chaos Head, then watched the Robotics Notes anime since the VN wasn't yet localized.
I haven't actually watched the anime yet, so I'm scared. I think that science adventure games, they are really strong in how they do their visual novels, but they are absolute shit when it comes to their anime adaptations. I'm sorry.
And then started
Just-
up P-Cube's
just
PS4
facts.
release of Chaos Child. In those days, Chaos Child had yet to release on Steam, and the Committee of Zero patch was DMM only.
There we go. There it is. I told you guys the English patch is a fucking nightmare. It's so, bro. I remember when I was getting the patch. This was before it came out on Steam, right? And I was so scared because I had to go to a sketchy ass website. I thought I was downloading a virus, bro.
And
It
had
ended up
only
working
just
out,
come
but yeah.
I didn't even know of their existence until I just finished the game. But with the limited context that
Damn,
I
you
had,
had to play the whole
I
thing in
went through Chaos
Japanese.
Child in just a few weeks. It was a little bit of a slow start, especially with the game being as long as it is, but I found myself quite
It is a very
invested
long
pretty
game, to be
early on in
fair.
the story, even with this being a narrative that's supposed to be at this so-called boundary of delusion and reality. Its writing about humanity and society felt so real and genuine to me. So from the get-go, I deeply enjoyed the story.
That is true.
And by the time
They
I got to
really
chapter
did
8,
go in depth with
I was
that.
at the edge of my seat, and I couldn't put the game down. In the end, I came out of playing Chaos Child as a changed man. Very few stories have moved me the way that Chaos Child has.
I feel like a lot of people
And
agree
upon
with that,
finishing
though,
it,
as well.
I was very comfortable calling it one of my favorite stories ever made. For as much as we can clown on Chaos Child for not contributing much to the overarching series narrative,
Yeah.
as its own character study, it hits like a truck.
Facts, it does
All
hit like a
these
truck.
years later, Chaos Child still has a lot going
Yeah, they're
for it.
all intertwined.
Superb production values, a stellar soundtrack, and a bone-chilling atmosphere. But I wanted to center in on 3 aspects
Bro,
of
when
Chaos.
I played that scene, this bitch scared the fuck out of me. She scared the literal shit out of me, dude. I literally jumped. I was not expecting her to jump scare me like that. My god.
Child that particularly stick with me after all these years. Those being its ever-relevant social commentary, its phenomenal protagonist, and its gut-wrenching true ending. Let's start off by talking about its social commentary. If you know me, then you know that whenever I go through any story, the single most important thing to me is what I ultimately take away from it. And thankfully, Chaos Child is a game with a lot to say. It's
That's
quite
true.
comfortably one of the thematically richest stories I've ever had the pleasure of experiencing. And
That's
in my
true.
opinion, the strongest side EV entry in terms of its themes.
Agreed. Literally agreed, though. It has a lot of filler. Let's be real. There's a lot of context you didn't need to know. None of that was important. Do you need to go through every single little detail? No. But it's like such a rich story. Like, it goes through everything. Even like a classic day of their school life. Like, it seems mundane, but it's still kind of showing an overall picture of things.
From the very beginning of the story, Chaos Child focuses intently on victims of natural disasters, as well as how they're completely ignored and neglected by society, irrespective of age or the severity of their traumas. And considering that the real-life Tohoku earthquake was only 3 years prior to Chaos Child,
That's what I was talking about. So, I'm gonna be so real. There was a tragedy that was happening during the writing of the game. And I'm gonna be so real. I think they took a lot of real life inspiration from it, you know?
Child's release, the game's commentary was already incredibly relevant back in 2014 for this and a number of other reasons. When I visited Japan back in 2017, they were still running in-person fundraising campaigns in support of victims of the Tohoku earthquake even then. Japan has historic.
And it's actually very true that they are still raising money for stuff like that happened years and years prior, right? And you'll see that even in the game, they do that, you know? Yeah, it's later, but, you know.
They always had earthquakes and other natural disasters. But I have no doubt in my mind that the Tohoku earthquake and the stories of its victims and survivors were especially major sources of inspiration for Chaos Child, given
agree.
just how massive of a catastrophe it was.
And I'm gonna be so real. I forgot about it. I feel like a dick, but I forgot about that. Like, it happened during the writing process, probably, when they were just starting to pitch ideas. So, yeah, like, again, I know the game says we take no responsibility, IRL, whatever things, like, but, again, I think they took huge inspiration from
And
it.
during the writing process, over the course of 2013 and 2014, I imagine this was still very fresh on the entire team's minds.
Yeah.
Besides natural disaster victims, the other major focus of Chaos Child's social commentary is on the state of the world in the age of information and the age of the internet.
Facts.
The game was released at a time where anybody with internet access had access to practically all the information in the world right at their fingertips. That was the case years before Chaos Child's release, and is still the case a decade later. Nowadays, we live in a world where billionaires are outright buying entire social media platforms and turning them into echo chambers for racists and xenophobes, a world where governments are continuing mass censorship and propaganda campaigns on unprecedented scales, and a world where the proliferation of generative artificial intelligence means we simply cannot trust anything we see on the internet anymore.
That line right there hit me like a train. The first game, literally in the video I showed you guys that I did about it, like months and months ago, almost a whole year ago now, literally said, Don't trust everything you see. Delusions. A lot of people are living their own delusional minds on the internet, right? People are fucking delusional when it comes to shit on the internet. Living in ignorance. Being delusional to what actual truth is. You know, because they're fed all these different narratives. That hit me like a train. And it's true. With the rise of AI, you simply cannot trust everything to be real. You cannot trust everything to be real. And I think that alone is what blew my mind last night. Because, again, this game is so relevant when you think about it. It hits every single detail, even a fucking decade later. Look at it. It's like, it's crazy.
We truly live in an era of misinformation and disinformation.
It's so true, though.
Than ever before.
Yeah.
And that really gives a whole new meaning.
Again, from the beginning with the popsicle stick. Don't trust everything that you see. Oh my god.
To SciTV's series-defining line, is the
The
scenery,
scenery your eyes
truly real?
Truly real, yeah.
And so,
again, that is so true. And that's what got me so excited to play more of it today. I'll be so real. This video made me want to play it more.
Chaos Child's commentary has only become increasingly more relevant to the world's current state of affairs. Far more than whoever's behind the murders,
Oh, yeah.
the true villain of Chaos Child is really society itself. Besides matters surrounding the spread of disinformation and the prevalence of echo chambers, much like its predecessor, Chaos Child serves as another criticism of internet culture in general. Both Chaos Head and Chaos Child focus heavily on the internet's reactions to the murders, whereby the nicknames the public gives to each of the murder cases are disgustingly inappropriate puns. In spite of the fact that people died, the internet is so completely desensitized.
Like, people died, yet they are naming these group murders like the man-child, the group died, the vampire, the asphyxiation, you know, or the whatever it was, it's crazy.
Say things so abhorrent that they wouldn't dare say to anybody right to their face.
That's so
Much
true.
Like Chaos Head.
Like, again, when you think about it, the sumo stickers and shit, all these online forums, people would never say shit like that in person. They'll only say it online. And again, that still remains true. Look, it's all about online forums here. Like, it's so, oh my god.
Another huge part of the way Chaos Child explores these topics is through its characters, but especially its protagonist.
I'm so excited about this, dude. Like, I know a lot of people hate these types of games. But, bro, I have such a passion for them. But I'm kind of a little bit afraid that a lot of people get bored with my absolute obsession with these types of games. But I love them so much! They're so good!
Next major aspect about Chaos Child that I wanted to highlight. Now, in Chaos Head, a significant part of its exploration and criticism of internet culture was done through protagonist Nishijo Takumi, who's a completely delusional, terminally online, shut-in loser. He demonstrates how spending so much time online and glued to the internet can truly just obliterate your entire soul. And thus his entire character arc is largely about conquering his own life of self-isolation and finding friends worth fighting for. Takumi was by and large a very fitting choice of a protagonist
for the
type of story that Chaos Head Noah was, and for
the production quality. Look at this. I mean, even this is pretty good for at the time. This is pretty fucking good at the time. But oh my god, they have really upped their production quality
the
since
message
here.
that it tried to convey. And while Takumi is a phenomenal protagonist in his own right, Takuru is the complete polar opposite.
Oh yeah.
And yet just as amazing, if not a little bit better. He's still a complete and utter loser, very much chronically online as well, but he's much more social and ambitious. Whereas Takumi wanted nothing to do with the murders and just gets dragged into them inadvertently.
That's true. Because in the first game, he wanted nothing to do with it. he was forced into that role to get involved. But in this game, they're willingly getting involved. They're like, oh, we want to figure this out. I mean, all I can say is they're missing out a sci-fi novel story choice driven game. It always has such people who are doing so good.
Out of a desire to solve the mystery and get recognition for it. But why does he go so far for something so dangerous? At the core of it all, he's just this neglected kid that wants to be special in a world that simply refuses to recognize him.
Yeah.
And so he ends up looking down upon others due to his own jealousy and personal insecurities. He calls less informed people on the wrong side of the information divide wrong-siders, and considers himself to instead be a well-informed right-sider.
Kind of like I said, being like popular and not popular. Having an opinion versus following the crowd, you know?
And I find that he's somebody that I think a lot more people could relate to compared to Takumi. He strikes a middle ground within the spectrum of side EV protagonists, whereas Takumi is the loathsome embodiment of all the most extreme possible qualities of an otaku put together into a single person, and Okabe is this super charismatic Giga Chad mad scientist that everybody loves and adores. Takuru is comparatively much more normal. Really, he's just this dipshit teenage boy
who
thinks he's better than everyone else.
Yeah.
And then, to put it vaguely, gets his ass handed to him.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
I hate to admit it. From his attitude to some of his insecurities, I really saw aspects of myself in Takuru, especially when I first played through Chaos Child at the age of 16. At that age, you really come to think so highly of yourself, despite your inexperience with the real world, and it doesn't take long for you to get humbled. But honestly, I've never witnessed a character arc more compelling than that of Takuru. There isn't a single side EV protagonist that grows and changes over the course of the story as much as Takuru does, except for maybe Takumi. But I mean it when I say that Takuru is not just my favorite side EV protagonist, but quite possibly my favorite fictional character ever. Especially at the age of 16, when I first played through Chaos Child, his story and all the brutal and soul-crushing lessons he learned along the way deeply resonated with me, and they really shaped how I lived my life past that point. Besides Takuru, Chaos Child does also have a couple of other standout characters. For instance, some fan favorites are Takuru's childhood friend, Onoe Serika.
I'm gonna be a hot take, I hate Serika. Sorry, I don't like her. I don't like her. I'm sorry. No, all the way.
Older sister,
I love
Kusama.
no.
But even some of the secondary characters like Takuru's younger brother Yuto are just fantastic. While there are a few
They didn't get enough
characters
screen
whose
time.
characterizations are perhaps a little bit dependent on side material, even in the base game alone, you can examine most of the cast from the lens of how the earthquake had come to shape the direction of their lives and the traumas they carried with them. The entire cast, and especially Takuru, are at the heart of what makes Chaos Child such a devastating read.
That's true.
Now, Takuru aside, the other part of Chaos Child that stuck with me to this day is its true ending, Silent Sky. Now,
I actually have never gotten the true ending yet, because I can never finish the fucking game.
Now, I
It's
won't
so
delve into
damn
any
long.
spoilers,
Thank God.
but gosh, that's an ending I've thought about constantly for a good 6 years now. In general, I think most people agree that the biggest highlights of Chaos Child are the last few chapters of the common route, the no-no route, and the true ending route, but especially that true ending. If it weren't for Naoki Urasawa's monster, Silent Sky would probably be my favorite ending to any work of fiction ever. It's a very heavy ending, but an incredibly meaningful one nonetheless. It leaves you with lots to think about, even years later in my case. And whenever I listen to the true ending song, Silent Windbell, I
have heard the ending song, and oh my God, it does hit hard. It does make me start tearing up.
In terms of emotional highs, I
Time
firmly
to binge
believe
the whole game.
that
I
Chaos
might.
Child
Don't tempt
is
me.
the best entry in Side EV. And if you haven't checked it out yet, you're seriously missing out on a phenomenal story. But
It
whatever
really
you
is
do,
a great story, though.
make sure you don't watch the anime before you get the chance to play the visual novel.
I love that every video I ever watch on it always says that. Fuck the anime. Don't watch the anime. Play the game.
It rushes a 60-hour game into just one cour, which is nowhere near enough time to properly
Which is
tell the
what I
story.
tell you. Don't watch
pretty
the
much
anime.
just a glorified highlight reel.
Yeah,
And
pretty
it
much.
sucks.
It
Please
does
don't
suck.
ruin your experience by going through the anime first.
Yeah.
For the best experience, I would highly recommend you play the visual novel on PC with the Committee of Zero's improvement patch, and after going through
It's not needed anymore, actually, because Steam fixed it.
at least Chaos Head Noah
So.
beforehand. Now, before I get to the end of the video, I did want to talk about a few things in Chaos Child that I think haven't aged particularly well a decade later, which are relatively few in my opinion, but still worth bringing up. And those are primarily the choice and route system. Much
I
like
agree
Chaos
with
Head
his
Noah,
point of view
the
on
central
this.
choice mechanic in Chaos Child is the delusion trigger system, where you have a choice at numerous points throughout the story to view a positive delusion, negative delusion, or no delusion. Past your first playthrough, these delusion choices affect which ending you get. But in Chaos at Noah,
So, fun fact, no matter what you choose your first route, you're always going to get the true ending. You play it again, you're going to either choose positive or negative, you're going to get a certain route. You play it again, you're going to get another route, you know? That's why this game, I think, is worth the money, because essentially you're getting 3 different endings, if not more. Even though it's like kind of the same story, depending on which route you go, you unlock a whole shit ton of new content.
the delusion trigger system was much more purposeful from a story perspective.
No, I
as you'd
agree with
often get
him
plot
on that.
details and foreshadowing hidden within there. In Chaos Child, I think the types of delusions you see fit very well with the kind of character that Takuru is, but otherwise aren't usually super meaningful. And
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, there's some hilarious delusions in there.
Again, like, a lot of the delusions that we see are just like, what the fuck? But then again, keep in mind, he's a fucking teenage kid who has trauma. Okay? Traumatic teenager who doesn't get recognized for his trauma. Like, he doesn't get help, he's just on his own, facing the world by himself. So, yeah, he makes up these bizarre scenarios in his little delusional mind. But even he points out, oh, these are ridiculous, you know? He even realizes it himself.
But at times, I do wish the delusions
Which kind of does bother me a little that he realizes it. In a way, it kind of bothers me a little. Because I feel like he doesn't realize he's playing into this role. Like, it's completely different from the first Chaos Head Noah, where the delusions, they weren't like, I guess they were somewhat self-aware, but not as self-aware as he is, you know, if that makes sense.
were a little bit more purposeful. As for the
But yeah, there's
route
a lot of
system,
nonsensical
this is my
ones.
biggest gripe with
Yeah.
Chaos Child, and really all of PsyEDV before Anonymous Code, but I think it's super annoying. Just getting to the routes felt like such a chore.
Oh,
Even
yeah.
back when I was first playing through Chaos Child.
I've heard that
Every
too.
time you have to restart the game, spend an hour or two skipping through the text to select the right delusions. And God forbid you mess one of them up and accidentally get on the common route again.
There you go.
Moreover, even beyond just the issue of getting to the routes, I found that the routes themselves were a little inconsistent in quality. Though to their credit, I think the presence of routes is much more purposeful in the Chaos games compared to Steins Gate or Robotics Notes. While they are a little inconsistent in quality, even the weakest ones add heck of a lot to the story, and at the very least, you're not simply giving up and dating a different girl in each route like you do in Steins
Oh,
Gate.
God. That's my pet peeve with Steins Gate. God damn, dude. I have such a pet peeve with that. Oh, my God. It's so annoying with that in Steins Gate. That's why I'm kind of always been hesitant to play it. I'm gonna be so real. Huge part of why I'm hesitant on playing the game is because it feels so repetitive. You wake up, you're dating a new girl. Okay! It's just like, bro, come on.
but Roots have always been the weakest part of the SciADV franchise.
That's
and
true.
Chaos Child is no exception to that. I'm just glad that Anonymous Code opted for a far more sensible approach to its structure, whereby
Also, very different art style here as well.
a linear main story
With
with,
their
a bunch
story.
of different short bad endings.
It's very
often
interesting
with
because they go for more of a comic book style. I like it though.
interesting lore implications. I just hope they continue moving forward with an approach more similar to that of Anonymous Code, and don't go back to doing individual heroine routes if there's no significant narrative purpose.
I
or
agree.
meaning
No, I would
to
agree
it.
with him on that.
If
yeah.
they retain heroine routes in the future, they better be purposeful, like they are in Chaos Child, though preferably a little bit less annoying to do and more consistent in quality.
Agreed.
But
No,
anyhow,
I would hope that
once
they did
again,
that, yeah.
happy 10th anniversary to Chaos Child. If you've already played Chaos Child, please let me know your thoughts and feelings on it all these years later, as well as if it meant as much to you as it did to me. Moving forward, I don't know if we can expect any further development for the Chaos series IP, but at the very least, English-speaking fans have a couple of upcoming releases to look forward to, which are actually sequels to Chaos Child.
I didn't know about
One
this.
is the Committee of Zero's fan translation and port of Love Choo Choo, a seemingly lighthearted sequel visual novel.
So it's a fan okay, that's I've never heard of this, so that's why I was so confused.
And the other is NS2C's English fan translation of Chaos Child Children's Revive.
I've actually never heard of this either. If you are gone, the delusion becomes reality. About what kind of the noise you get? Is it the sensible world? Is it the product society? Is it destructive sanctions or?
Which is an epilogue light novel.
Oh.
It seems both these projects are in their later stages, so
Oh.
hopefully it shouldn't be too much longer until they're out. And I can tell you,
I'm
definitely
excited.
looking forward to getting more Chaos Child content.
I am too. What?
In the meanwhile, check out Children's Collapse and the Wrong Sider memoirs if you have.
Wait, what? Wrong side of oh my god. I didn't know it went so deep.
Already. The former is a manga detailing Mio's backstory, and the latter is a
Okay.
light novel depicting Chaos Child's story from the perspectives of Kurusu Nono and all the New Gen murder victims.
Oh shit. So there are different perspectives of everything. Because again, keep in mind, we're kind of in the no perspective. So they're forcing one character's whoa. Ooh, I like that. Okay, I'm going to have to definitely check those
The
out.
latter is especially thematically relevant to the main story of Chaos Child, and I think you'll get a lot out of it, even if it's been a few years since you played the original game. But for now, we wait for that time where our delusions become reality, and we finally get more Chaos series content. Until then, everyone, have an awesome day. 10 years.
Oh my god, dude. That's why I love this video, man. W video. You deserve a sub for that. Bassman Reviews. You did amazing. I think he, like, completely changed my view of the game overall. Like, and put it in such a perspective. I never bothered looking at it that way before. I never thought to look at it like that. Like, it's just, wow. We're gonna play more. I'm sorry. I'm invested now. I want to play it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be so real with y'all, though. Reading out every single little bit of dialogue is murdering my throat. So I don't think I'm gonna read everything unless it's absolutely imperative to the story. I'm gonna be so real with y'all. It's gonna become reading simulator now. It hurts my throat reading out every single dialogue. That's kind of a pet peeve I have with these kinds of games. But they're visual novel games. What do you expect, you know? Can't expect much more than, obviously, reading. I got my glasses on, by the way. They have a whole list of lore to catch up on. I want to wait till they're done. I'm going to be so real with you. I want to wait till they're officially done. I don't want to start something to get absolutely invested and then be like, oh, cock blocked. Pah! You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? That's just my take on it. I wouldn't want to start something just to get cock blocked, you know? I googled what we would call an anime intro song, but I'm talking about like game specific though. Like game specific ones. Anime song? I guess. I was talking more anime specific stuff. But I guess that's what you would call it, I suppose. I never used my other hairstyles, so fuck it. We're doing another hairstyle today. Ooh. Y'all never dress me up. Alright, let's get into it. Can we set the game to Chaos Child, please? Actually, I can do it, because you gotta do the little weird dingy on the middle. Chaos. Chaos Child. And also, I'm realizing, looking at it now, Chaos Child on Twitch has more followers than Chaos Head Noah. Don't know why. There might be a reason. Anyway. September 30th, 2015, Wednesday. So I left y'all with a cliffhanger, if y'all remember. midnight. I left you guys with the cliffhanger, where we broke in, and we ended up passing out. Basically, we broke in, we saw the guy's neck break on the bed, the girl jump scared the fuck out of me, and now something hit us and we passed the fuck out. We don't know what happened after that, so I do, but you guys probably don't if you're watching this for the first time. Okay, I'm gonna have to go really small so you guys can actually properly read the text. I'm sorry. I want you guys to be able to, my tail keeps getting in the way, bro. I'm sorry, my tail just wags. I can't wait, hold on. I can fix this. Although it might look a little weird. Hold on, chat. Oh. I guess that's the best we can do, chat. So my tail isn't in the way. I'm gonna have to reverse it. Is that better? You guys can actually read the text, because I won't even lie, I don't think my throat can handle going through this whole thing. But I'll start it. Should you manage to ID the victims for possible possessions and the security cameras?
死亡したのは柿田博則22歳。渋谷在住のフリーターで更新でマーケティングのアルバイトをしていたようです。
Part-time marketing job Kojin.
更新でバイト
Part-timer? Any lovers?
いません。
Nah,
同居人もな
no
し。
roommates either.
一人暮らしだったようです。
Alone, it seems.
くそ。
Shit. Well, that's fair, that's fair. No, I see what you mean. Shinju, cursed. If he was single, not in a relationship, it would take time to figure out his private life. Kojin was one of the companies that had profited the most from recovery projects in recent years. Part-time or not, if he worked there, he was probably pretty busy. It's possible that his co-workers knew his name and nothing else about him. He was outside of work.
新庄さん、マスコミへの対応
What
ど
do
う
we
しますか
tell the media?
海洋見テレビやニコニアのネット記者が引き下がらなくて
Reporters are refusing to leave.
それから現場にいた例の
Those
子た
two
ちです
kids
が、
found at the scene who
壁表の新聞部と言ってい
said
た
they're
2
with
人、
the Hayako
状態は落ち着いたみたいなんですが、
They've calmed
や
down,
は
but
り
they're
とこ
still
ろど
not
ころ
making
要
a
領を
lot of
得ません。
sense.
もう一人の女の子も
The
身
other
元
girl
を示すものを
doesn't
何
have
も持って
anything
い
that
な
would
く、
tell us who she is.
柿田の交友
Check
関
if
係、
she's a friend
親
or
戚
else
筋から洗
with
っていますが
Kiaritas, but no
まだ
luck
当たり
yet.
ません。
She's refusing
こっ
to
ちは
say
完全
anything.
黙秘です。
あと先ほど検視の方から問い合わせ
Forensic
が
wanted to know.
待て、勝手に
Hey, you can't just...
ニコニアニュースの渡部です。
This is Wata B from Niconia News. Excuse me, what's going on here?
出ていけ。
Get out,
許可
you
なく
can't
入
come
る
in
な。
here without permission.
一言。
Just a brief comment. Brief comment is all I need. Shinju's men basically dragged the reporter out of the room. Everyone wants to speak. He had to stop himself from putting his hands to his head and moaning. He couldn't let men seeing him acting weak. Shinju had been police HQ Section 1 less than 7 years. He didn't get along with his superiors, but managed to beg his way into being in charge of the case. Maybe this was his way of avenging all the death of an older detective who he admired.
窓枠の鑑識が終わったら、
Once you're done
す
looking
ぐ
at
に
the window
外
frame,
から
make
見
sure
え
it
ないよう
hasn't
に
been
しとい
seen
てく
from
れ。
outside.
あ
There's
の
no
ネッ
telling
ト
what
記者
those
は
net reporters
最
will
近何
do.
す。はい。
Yes, sir.
検視は俺が直接
I'll
対応
talk
す
to
る。
forensic
そ
myself
れから
and put some more
会社の
manpower
仕事
on
周りへの
checking his
人数を増
connections
やし
at
てくれ。
work. I'll
上に
tell
は
the bosses.
はい。
Yes, sir.
それで
So what
例
about
の子
those
たちは。
kids?
それも俺が持つ。
I'll handle them.
じゃ
Get to
よろ
it.
しく頼む。
はい。
Yes, sir. His men raced out of the room. They've never had a case like this one before, and we're probably really excited. So Shinjo, to be honest, the whole thing was such a mess that he didn't even know where to begin, but his detective's instincts were screaming at him to start doing the work needed to find the killer. Okay.
Yes.
Hello, this is trustworthiness investigation company, Frieza. His call was answered on the first ring, like always.
俺です。
It's me.
あら、新庄ちゃ
Oh,
ん。遅かった
Shinjo,
わ
you're
ね。
late. Thought you'd
も
be
うちょっと早く
contacting
連
me
絡が来ると思
earlier.
ってたけど。
あ、すいません。
I'm sorry. Shinjo apologized without thinking and with no clear reason. He always felt like a naughty child when he spoke to the CEO, who happened to be a woman.
現場の面倒をちゃんと
You
見
know
てるか
why
ら
you're
苦
so
労するの
exhausted?
よ。
It's because you're
少しは
taking
あの
this
人
so
みたいに
seriously.
チャランポランで
You
いきな
should
さいよ。
relax a bit. Like they did.
先輩の性
I've
格ま
got
で
no
見
intention
習う
of
つもりはあり
copying
ま
the
せんよ。
habits.
真面目だわね。
You're so serious, aren't you?
いつまでも真
If
面目
you
な美
keep
徳だと
on
思って
thinking
ると
that's a virtue,
痛
you're
い目
gonna
見る
have
わ
a bad
よ。
time off of it one day.
百瀬さん。
Momosa,
そんなことよ
there's
り
something I
相談
wanted
したいことがあるん
to
で
talk
す。
to you about. Shinju cut off before she could continue her lecture and gave a brief description of the scene. This was a violation of the rules, but only way to solve a crazy case was to be a little crazy yourself. That was the first thing you learned from that older detective.
それって殺人なの？自殺
So is
な
it
の？
murder or game end? Momose asked her question after she described the situation. She cut to the heart of the problem.
現状ではそ
We're
れが
not
わから
sure
ないんで
right
す。
now. The hotel had gotten suspicious when Kaita had never come down after checkout time. When more than 10 calls to the room were unanswered, they contacted the police. 2 officers as well as someone from the hotel had gone to the room, found a body and an unconscious girl. 1 officer stayed at the scene to keep it secure while the others searched the hotel to make sure it was safe. During the search, he'd forgotten to lock the employee entrance on the back of the stairs. That's how the 2 students from Hariko had gotten in. Shortly after he left the room, the girl woke up and started strangling the 1 officer who'd stayed. He hit his head on the edge of the glass window and knocked himself out. He was going to be fine, but he'd be out cold until backup arrived. When backup got there, they found the girl unconscious on the floor. The boy from Hariko was passed out on the floor too. The other girl from Hariko was throwing up, also on the floor. Craig's cause of death was asphyxia via strangulation. The wire around his neck was used at some kind of construction sites. It had been hung in an X pattern from the lights on the ceiling. He'd been sitting on the bed as it rotated. That's why there was so much pressure on his neck that finally his head had been severed. From the estimated time of death, Kaita had passed away before the police even had been contacted. The body on the bed kept spinning in time to the music, one rotation every 2 minutes. In the end, the man's head had been cut off completely. The problem was the girl in the room. There was no indication that she'd ever touched Kaikita. There was no fingerprints or any other signs that she touched Kaikita's body, the bed, or the wire. The only things they found under her fingernails were skin and blood from the officer she'd strangled. In fact, there was no indication she touched much of anything in the room. Everything they found belonged to Kaita, and according to the officer she strangled, when she attacked him, she'd clearly been in an unstable psychological state. Fucking hell, dude. Jump scared the shit out of me last time. Her eyes were bloodshot and out of focus. So what are you trying to say here? The girl just watched Kaita die without touching anything in the room and then started strangling a police officer while temporarily insane? Shinju scratched his head as he heard her sum up the situation. That's what it looked like anyway, at least from what they knew right now. Just by going on that, it looked like a game end. But it was all far too strange. I see. It's a bit of a problem. What about these kids from Hiriko that got inside the room? Seems like it was pretty traumatic for them, so at first they wouldn't say anything, but now they're starting to talk. But they're from Hiriko and that place has some issues. He checked with the school and verified they were part of the school's newspaper club. The security camera in the rear entrance had seen them coming in, which matched with their testimony. But he didn't know what to make of their testimony, that the door had opened on its own, or that someone else had tried to come into the room. The door is equipped with an automatic lock, and the only person inside the room who could have opened it was that girl. But there was no sign of her fingerprints on the door. And the security camera in the hallway showed no signs of anyone else trying to go in. In any event, it was extremely rare for a civilian to see a dead body outside of a funeral. In an unstable mental state, it was extremely easy to imagine things or outright be mistaken about what was going on. If they turned out to not have any relationship to Kaika or the girl, he planned on letting them off with a stern warning. I basically the girl who was in the room, but she's not talking. She's probably going to be put under psychiatric hold at this rate, right? Yeah. But that will slow down the investigation a lot, so I'd rather not go that route. Got it. Let me get some information spread around. Given your position, this is probably going to be pretty rough for you, so be ready, okay? I'll call back in about 3 minutes. Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Shinju went to hang up on the phone. Oh, wait. Yeah? Actually, I wanted you to do something for me. I'm sure it'll be a big help for you too. Can you do it? So basically it was an order then, Shinji thought to himself. What is it? One of my kids knows more about this than I do, and they say they want to see the crime scene personally. Can you help them out? You want me to let an outsider into a crime scene? It's always outsiders who'll give you the hints you need to solve the case. That's true. After all, I'm an outsider too, she continued. His head, Shinji went over the steps he had to take in order to take the time required to take them. Can it be tomorrow or no, the day after? That's right, Shinju. Glad we can work this out. I don't know how you manage around the rest of those hardheads in Section 1. Alright, talk to you later. Hold on a second, Shinju, would you? He barely stopped himself from ending the call. Is there something else? I wanted to give you some advice, just in case. 2 things. First, what I said before wasn't a joke, okay?
Huh?
You need to relax a little. Don't take everything so seriously. I'm sure a lot of things are about to happen that will be beyond your understanding. When that happens, your worst enemy is what you think you know. She knows too much. She knows too much. She's like, I know what's happening.
肝
I'll
に
make
銘じ
sure
ま
to
す。
remember that.
そこで真面目に返事
If
して
that
い
was a
るよう
serious
ではまだ
answer,
ま
you
だ
would have
ね。
you still got a long ways to go.
もう一つはね、
And the other thing is, mostly paused for a second and chuckled.
うちの子に取って食われな
Don't
いよ
let
う
my
にね
kid。get the better of you
油
too
断してると
often. If you let your guard down, you'll end up
部
an
外者に
outsider
なりかね
yourself.
ないわよ。
September 30th, 2015, Wednesday.
なあ、ツイポ見た？
Hey, did you see that thing on Twitter?
ああ、
Oh
敵
yeah,
ロボ
the
ット
meme
のネ
from
タ画像でしょ。
Hackabot, a
で
giant
っかいウーパ
Hoopa
ーがドヤ顔して
with
光るように
smuggler
座
on
っ
his
て
face sitting at the
渋谷も
Shibuya
変わった
High
とか
Cross
言ってる。
Shibuya sure has changed.
そうそう。めっ
Yeah,
ちゃ
that
切
was
な
actually
そうな
kind
の
of。sad.
あれさ、文化祭で使わねえ？
Oh, they're
渋谷
going
復
back
興
to
の
the
歴史の展示
okay.
なんてどうせ誰も見ねえじゃん。
画像だけじゃ弱く
I'm
な
not
い？
gonna read all this
な
extra
ん
shit.
か
That
ぬい
would
ぐ
be
る
so
みと
real
か
with
実
you.
際に置かないと。
They're talking about their cultural festival. I'll let you guys read it if you're interested. The two is recording the newspaper's club project for the festival, a bunch of random footage of the preparations in the
そんな
cafeteria.
もんで盛り上がってる場合かっての。
The body just found dead in Dosumanza yesterday, and the student all they cared about were their stupid jokes. Body was found less than 10 minutes away from the school, but they barely even mentioned it.
まあ確かにまだ
It
大掛か
really
りには
hasn't
報
hit
道
the
され
news
て
too
ないけ
much
ど
yet,
さ。
but the first reports have been on major communication companies' websites that were to have seen it. It had been last night. It had made the morning news and the morning papers, but all that had been reported was that a body was found. No details were known. And it was rare for a high school kid to check the TV and newspapers every day. There's no word from Miyashiro. The two was really worried about what had happened at the Love Hotel, but had no way of asking about it.
くそ。
Damn it. He got his phone even though he knew he hadn't gotten any calls. Sure enough, there were no messages. He'd been doing that a lot since yesterday. He couldn't bring himself to make a call. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say to a friend who had been taken away by the police. Laughing students irritated too in a way that he didn't really understand. He'd been planning on videotaping the entire cafeteria today, but instead he gave up and left.
撮影お疲れ様。
You filming? Hope it's going okay. Went inside the club room, saw Crusoe was there.
連絡は？
Any word? Crusoe's expression clouded for a moment as she shook her head.
あれからは何も。
そっか。
I see. I'm gonna put in auto. I'm gonna be so real with you guys. Waki, the club's advisor, told him that Crusoe had been taking a change of clothes from Rostro to the police station last night. She'd been told that neither Miyashiro nor Onoe were hurt. Police were probably going to let him off with a warning, and if they weren't suffering any after effects from trauma, they'd be let go in the morning. School was over. It was almost evening, and there was no word from either of them. Dude dropped into his chair.
たく、学校のみんなは平和なもんだよ。
Damn it, this school's so
昨日の
peaceful.
ことなんて
Barely
ほ
anyone's
とんど
talking
誰
about
も
what
話してないん
happened
だぞ。
yesterday.
そう。
I see.
そりゃあ東京じゃ発表されてるだけでほぼ1週間に2人のペースで誰かが殺されてるんだから、変死体があったってだけじゃ別に真新しくもないけどさ。にしたってな、道玄坂なんてもろ近所じゃん。下手したらそこを通って登校してるやつもいるかもしれないってのに。
That is true.
つか
He
い
has
る
a
だろ
point.
うちなら。
Mm.
あれかな、あいつがいつも言ってるみたいに社会に関するニュースを載せてるサイトとかにアクセスしない。
Okay, I'm gonna ask, is it okay if I hot take, I just react to it? I have it on autoplay. I'm not gonna lie, I need to get another drink of water first. But would you guys be okay if I just had it on autoplay and I just read like the inner thoughts and let the voice actors kind of take over a little? It's just my throat can't handle. I mean, I've been live for what, 37 hours, 37 minutes, and 42 minutes? Jesus, 42 seconds? Jesus Christ. It's crazy how long I've been going. For a long time, so I don't want to kill my throat too much, you know? Go for it? Okay. Alright, and I also feel bad, like, speaking of the VAs, so give me, like, one moment. I'm gonna go quickly go grab some water. And I'm also gonna grab more coffee while I'm at it. I'll be back. Give me a second. Alright, coffee, water. Alright, coffee and water acquired. Whew. I spilled fucking coffee everywhere and I hit my knee on a box. Ugh. Alright, let's go.
仮なのかな。
わかりやすいね。
え？
心配なんでしょ、二人のこと。
I mean, aren't you? Wouldn't she also be a little worried?
別に副部長こそ心配なんじゃないの？
怒ってる。
Alright, no
処置
worries.
なしだもの。セリカはともかくとしてね。忠告も聞かずに突っ込んで無茶するからこんなことになる。伊藤君にも新聞部の文化祭の映像押し付けることになるし。
いや、別にそれは大したことないからいいんだけどさ。
ダメ。与えられた役割はきっちりこなすのが当たり前でしょ。
ここか。クルス、予算の件どうなってる
？I don't like him. He get on my nerve.
予算？
超過した予算をまとめたやつ。経理がまだかって。
ごめん。すぐにメールでまとめて送るから。
なるはやで担当の教師が帰っちゃう前に。
Oh, damn. At least she's good at what she does, right? On top of shit.
何？
いや、別に。
She was worried sick, yeah. She was worried sick that she fucked up the numbers. That's how worried she was. She gotta throw herself into something else to get distracted. Ooh, she's not sleeping. She's not sleeping very well, is she? Yeah, you know what? Fair. She probably did. She is worried. I know she is.
なんとまあ、あの女帝がね。
The Empress. Oh.
Na.
わかってる。
Huh? Oh. Dried squid. Dried squid. She's a little gamer. She's a little gaming addict like us. Little gaming addict. She's just like me, for real, for real. She likes her video games.
こいつはいつでもマイペースだな。他人に興味がないのかね。
そんなわけないでしょ。この子は他の人よりほんの少しだけ自分が強いの。
にしたってよ。
そうでもなかったみたい。和樹、私はゲームやらないから詳しいことはわからないけど。この家の壁に向かって延々と火の玉出してるのは何か意味があるの？すごい勢いで燃え広がってる。
Okay. I wanna know what she's playing. Oh. She's just an intense
落ち
gamer,
着き
that's
な
all.
さい。というかその煩わしいスルメ飲み込むか出すかしなさい。行儀悪い。
Gamer brain. She died, didn't she? She died in the game, didn't she? No! Now that's bad manners. Dang. She gotta pull all-nighter. Uh-oh.
Kazuki, 大丈夫か?
She died in the game, didn't she? Doesn't really talk.
入れてくれるのか?
How do you take your coffee, chat? I'm curious. How do you like your coffee? Damn. Taking the game a little hard.
ね。
いや、そうか?
Oh god, he's gonna say it. No, it's fair.
さ。
何?
あいつがこんなに事件に入れ込んでるのって何か理由があんの?
Oh god. Yes, the question of all questions. Oh.
伊藤君こそずいぶん事件に対して熱心じゃない?
That's true. She's deflecting, no.
俺はこういうのが好きな人だから。
こういうの?
猟奇的な事件。でも昨日みたいに現場に忍び込むっていうのは。
No, I agree with him. It was a little intense for him to run in like that. I like my coffee sweet with lots of cream and milk. I just do a few pumps of the creamer stuff I have, which is like unsweetened, but it just like it's like a milky stuff. But it's like a non-milk alternative. We're about to get the lore
別
here.
に言いたくなければ。
そういうわけじゃない。きっと基本的には伊藤君と同じ。タクルも好きだもの、こういうの。
You're full of shit.
それに
You're
危
full
な
of
っかしい
shit,
と
no
ころに
no.
首を突っ込みたがるのも昔からだし。
You're full of shit.
小学校からだっけ? あいつが副部長と一緒に暮らすようになったの。
ええ。正確には被災して少し経ってからだから、中学生に上がるか上がらないかの時だけど。
Here's the character story. Backstory. Earthquake orphans. Again, trauma. Alba dormitory. No, I agree. Personally, I don't like my coffee black. He was really badly injured. Keep that in mind. Again, he has trauma, bro. That's why they're so close, too. Again, calling each other kind of like siblings in a way. For them, yep. Getting into trouble, yep.
だいたい天の弱だしね。みんなとは違うってよく言ってるでしょ。そんなことはないのに。
Yeah. He wants so desperately to be noticed as different, you know?
お疲れ様。おや、クリス君も来てたのか。
先生、連絡があったんですか
Supervisor Walker was very relaxed. He came into the room. Kurisu quickly stood up and ran over to him. He nodded in motion for her to calm down.
ついさっきね。
大丈夫そうでしたか？
それはもちろん。ほら、伊藤君、すぐに体育館に行きなさい。
体育館？なんで？
軽音部が今からリハーサルをするって。いい文化祭の記録になるんじゃないかな。
Kurisu's expression froze, and suddenly it changed.
涌井先生？連絡ってそれですか？
そうだよ。ってなんだいクルス君、機嫌がいいね。
あら、先生には機嫌がいいように見えますか？
行ってくる。先生も行こう。
Run. Run.
ちょっと。
That's all you need to know. Just run. Jessica looked up, but now it slammed her head back on the desk. As she was all alone, Kirsten took out her phone and checked it. There was no message, of course. That incident yesterday at the Love Hotel. Whether it's murder or a game man, by the way Miyashiro and Onoe had looked when they had taken by the police, something had clearly happened. Hello, how are you? Welcome on in. Miyashiro said it had something to do with the incident 6 years ago. Now that it happened 3 times, there was no ignoring it. No, it was too dangerous. She couldn't let him be more involved in this. She's worried about him. He's getting himself over his head like he literally just got arrested, bro. Thought back to Itsu's question about why Miyashiro was so interested in this case. Kazuki was still lying with her head on the desk. If you did not know, we got... Yes, I did. I said thank you. Yeah, I did see those. The raids. I really do appreciate the raids. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But she... Oh, I missed that. She saw that she suddenly lost her desire to drink the coffee. I just think she decided to pour it out in the water fountain. She headed upstairs to the water fountain, which was usually less crowded. Found herself looking down at the gaps between the tiles. The sound of her footsteps rang in her ears. Also, when did you come back? Not terribly long ago. Not too long ago. I got back not too long ago. I woke up, took a shower, took my meds, you know, and, now we're playing more Chaos Child. I watched a video about it that kind of changed my perspective on everything. Not gonna lie, I can't read out all the lines. My throat's kind of bothering me a little today. So I'm gonna kind of just read out, like, the, you know, the actions, the thoughts, or whatever. But I'm kind of gonna let you guys also read along with me. So we're doing a little read along here. Essentially, Kurusu was lonely. Pretty much, yeah. Do you remember what she said to Murasuro when she woke up in the clinic?
Kurusu, Mama. 名前で呼んで。家族なのに名字で呼び合うのはおかしいでしょ?
The first thing she said to him, too. Damn. That's crazy. Took a little nap? Oh, well, I'm glad that you took a little nap. Hope it was well. So to catch you up to speed, we got a jump scare. I ended off on a cliffhanger. The police arrested everyone involved. The girl that we got jump scared by was alive, and so was the 2 kids from the high school. They lived, but they got knocked out. Police ended up finding and arresting all 3 of them, are questioning them. The girl who we got jump scared by, turned out she was the one who strangled the cop who we found dead by that mirror. She killed him in a temporary state of insanity. Was not connected at all to the original murder that happened. She wasn't the murderer who tied the guy up to the bed with those wires. So she wasn't the murderer. But she was there for God knows what reason. So, I don't know. And then the kids are in trouble now from the science club, or the photography club, because they broke into a crime scene. I think they're going to probably close down the photography group after this little event they're having. So that's kind of getting you up to full speed. We got some backstory about our main character. The main character has, you know, his family died, and so did Nono's family. So his family died in the earthquake, and he was left alone and orphaned. He was badly injured by the earthquake. Nono's the same. Nono's family also died during the earthquake. And they both got, like, I guess, adopted, or put together in the same household, basically. They went to an orphanage together. They kind of grew up together. They were kind of like orphan siblings. So that's why they were so close. No, the girl that I led, the girl that we're basically following around right now, took really good care of our main character, Takumi, but he was really, like, really sick. So when he was in that coma, she did everything for him. So, and her only request to him was that he call her by her first name. And that's where we are now. In the end, he...
あの子は特別が気取りたいだけなんだから。
She knew why, she supposed. He just wants to pretend that he's special, yeah. Because again, keep in mind, he's a traumatized kid. This kid has so much trauma. Like, he has a lot of trauma. No, don't touch me there. This is my no square. No, my mom's home. This is my no zone. I don't know why her name is No, but that's her name. I don't know. I don't know. No. I don't know. No. Anyway, I'm cringing. But yeah, basically, again, this kind of touches back to what originally changed my whole perspective. Like, he's just a traumatized kid who is basically facing all of his trauma by himself. He's not getting help for it. He's all on his own. Like, he's a traumatized kid kind of just surviving, taking it moment by moment. So it kind of makes sense, you know? And yeah, he's invested in figuring out the cause of everything. He had a personal stake in it. His family was murdered. His entire family was, well, not murdered, but they were, well, I guess in a way, I don't know. It technically was murder. Because again, we know that these earthquakes are not a coincidence. They were intentional. So in a way, yes, it is murder. His entire family got killed in the accident of the earthquake. Which, again, isn't really an accident because it was planned. So therefore, it's like technically murder. Oh my god, it's the whole thing. Event caused him to leave the dorm was still bothering him. Because he used to live with her. And then he moved. November 7th, 2009. This way, please. Oh, I'll let it do its thing. So we're getting the behind the scenes of actual tragedy here. Planned earthquake. So it kind of goes back to the first game of what the actual story is, in a way. So again, we kind of learn. We already know if you haven't watched the first gameplay series, you wouldn't really understand. But TDLR, basically, they are these group of people called Gigalomaniacs, and there's this evil corporation, a very big bad evil corporation. Basically, this man found the original blueprints to a mind control machine and sent out these radio frequencies that fucked with people's brains. He did it on such a massive scale, it caused a gigantic earthquake, fucking with certain radio frequencies of the brain. Basically causing people to become these, what they call gigalomaniacs, who are able to basically use delusions to change reality. Long story short, that's what I mean by planned earthquake. I want a mind control machine. I guarantee you don't want this one. Listen, having a D sword sounds great and all, and like being able to change the fabric of reality with one. But like, is it worth all the trauma to get to that point? No. No. So we're seeing the tragedy. I wanted water. I could still feel the sensation of the dead woman I touched when I'd fallen on my hands, and I wanted to wash it off. I wanted to wash my face too. The wind from the flames had blown something small into my eye, and it itched badly. That's true. Cypher's right. I was thirsty too. Sarah was on my back and showed no signs of waking up. This is the POV of Takaru during the tragedy. My legs were at their limit, so I forced my way through the crowd and sat down at a tire that had rolled nearby. It smelt like burning rubber. So we're seeing, look how tragic this looks, like the scene, everything. I didn't have the energy to apologize to the people I ran into. They didn't have the energy left to complain. I slowly brought Serica to rest on my knees and looked around. I saw an orange light. Here we go. The light of the fires reflected off many things. It was pretty, I thought, before I realized how inappropriate that was. For some reason, I started to count the bodies on the ground, not knowing if they were dead or alive. But in less than 5 seconds, I got on way over 10, and I realized how futile it was, so I stopped. Shibuya Station was utterly destroyed. The 107, only a few minutes away by foot, was ruined as well. 5 whole hours after the earthquake, and the chaos had only increased. There were fewer people out walking, but I wasn't sure if that's because they had reached safety or simply collapsed from absolute exhaustion. I saw someone carrying his own severed arm in a convenience store bag. I saw people ignore a barefoot woman as she cradled a baby whose head was smashed in. Some had outright given up on sanity and were flinging things into the fire. A group of middle-aged salarymen were dragging a young girl into the darkness. A young man went to join them. There's no other way to describe it. It was hell. This was hell. I think this gives a better perspective of things. I'm sorry I keep pausing it, but this really opens your eyes up. He's a child. He's a fucking child. He's traumatized. He had to see all of this. He had to see all of it himself. He had to see such a massive scale of tragedy. A baby's head being smashed in, and the parents still holding the baby, crying. Someone carrying around their own severed arm in a bag. Grown men bringing a young child behind an alleyway to do God knows what heinous acts. Society, as in this game currently, has absolutely crushed. Morals have gone out the window. It's tragic. It's fucking tragic, man. This is the result of what happened. Sarah moaned a little in my lap. I slapped her cheeks to wake her up. I don't think slapping her is the way to go, buddy. It is is a very tragic event, and it also kind of puts in perspective. He's traumatized, bro. It's okay, she was breathing. She's alive, though. She was okay. We're heading to Yoyogi, okay? You know? That big general hospital. So another thing to note in mind, keep in mind, what Onoe Nono just said. He was badly injured and was in a coma. What's happening here doesn't line up. I'm just saying. Remember, right? We snuck in there once when we were little. Oh, God. Oh, is this where they break into the psych ward for safety? No, stop. Bro, the game broke again. Bro. The game broke again. It's such an old game, occasionally it will do this. Okay. Hold up. I have to reload. Game broke again. Hold up. It does that every now and again, where it like completely breaks the autoplay. Oh, it's fucked, bro. It's fucked. I have to reload the whole game. It's an old game, though. You gotta keep in mind. I mean, it's... I played the game for 50 hours. God damn! Bro, the Steam page is wild! Why is there nudity, bro? Bro, why are you making them naked? Stop. Ew! Bro! Don't look at the Steam page. Please don't look at the Steam page, bro. What the fuck? There's just nudity of the characters who are literal teenagers in my face, bro. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see it. I don't care. I don't want to see it. Why is it on the front page of my loading of my fucking game? Like, literally, opening up the Steam page of my thing, it's right there in community content. Can I hide this? Can I, like, hide this? I don't want to see it. Can I report it? Can I get off this page? Bruh. Community is whack. Like, I don't want to see Nono-chan fucking naked on my fucking page, man. Of the, I just don't want to see that. No. Alright, let's load back in. Sorry. I don't think she's answering you, bro. I don't think she's in the right state to answer you. Oh, whoops. General Hospital in front of... Again, that's also important. He's terminally online. Even during a tragedy here. Even during a tragedy, terminally online. I just needed to get to the hospital. And there it is. Woo! I leapt up. Quickly glanced to the left and right as I tried to calm my racing heart. I saw that I was in my own bed. I felt exhausted. I also felt really thirsty. Maybe it's because I had the dream again. Again, keyword. Searched around until I found the bottle of water by my bedside, took a gulp, and then grabbed the phone off my bed to check the time. It's 12:17 a.m. It's a new day. Huh? It was around noon when the police had let me go from Shibuya Station with a warning. I'd gone home and gone straight to bed, so I would have been out for more than 12 hours. Bro needed it. This was no good. Maybe I slept too long, or maybe I hadn't slept enough because my head felt like it was filled with lead. He's starting to remember. He's awakening. Put my hands up to the thin light that was coming through the window and checked their color. They were the same as always. There was no blood on them. I wouldn't be too sure of that one, buddy. I gotta pee, chat. Sorry. I gotta pee so bad. Well, actually, I gotta shit, but you guys didn't need to know that much. Anyway. I really gotta go to the bathroom. I'm so sorry. I'm leaving y'all with a cliffhanger real quick while I go take a dump. I really gotta go. I'm so sorry, chat. My stomach said no. Alright, I'll be back, chat. I'm back. Sorry, everyone. Huh? Oh, did words break on you? Shit. Y'all were forced to sit in silence? I'm sorry. Shit. What the heck? I'm sorry. I haven't had that happen before. That's weird. Oh, I forgot I moved my model backwards. I had to flip my thing so my tail wouldn't be in the way. Hold on, chat. I need to Google something. Oh, thank God. Oh. I was concerned about something. I had to Google it. Okay, it's probably just my supplements causing it. Okay. I got really scared for a second. I had to Google something, but I think it's a side effect for my iron supplements. I got scared. Gotta go. My mom needs me something. Be back. All right, no worries. No worries. All right, let's get back into it, shall we, chat? I felt a little like throwing up. Sorry, that's me plugging my phone in. Thank you for that. I hoped another drink of water would help, but it didn't. Damn it. Thought for a moment they decided to turn on the room lights. I turned on the laptop. I'm gonna search for the urge to vomit lessens foods, drinks. Bro's literally like me. Literally me Googling my side effects from my meds. Supposed to check a bunch of I checked a bunch of pages just like you're supposed to when looking something up.
生姜か。なら源さんからもらった葛根湯があるか。
Good morning. Hello, welcome on in. Playing some Chaos Child.
I'm just a donut, just cheered 100 bits.
Oh my God, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Thank you. Bro, that was weird. It got stuck. Thank you for the... Oh, I just realized my model doesn't show up on screen anymore because I have reversed it. Hello. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Let's go. Ding, 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 ding. That sets our total to 110.05. Let's go. Oh, wait. Yeah, 110.05 because we were at 109. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's go. Oh, wait, no, that's $1, right? Yeah, it's $1. So 9, 10. Okay, yeah, that's 100 bits is $1. I can do math. My brain isn't broken. Thank you so very much for the 100 biddies. Much appreciated. What was that? Ding? Ding dong? Ding ding? What was that? What just dinged in my ear? Something dinging. I don't know what just dinged in my ear, but something dinged. No problem. Good luck with stream. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the like. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Alright, let me get a little smaller so you guys can actually read the text properly. I want to make sure that you guys can read it properly. It had a strange smell unlike anything I was used to. I took a sip. I could tell that my hands were shaking a little as I held the cup. God damn it all. I don't know. I think that means we reached a gold tick or something. I think that's what it was. For like my thing that's hidden. You guys don't see the gold thing for the bits, daily bits. Check my phone again, saw that there were several messages from Sarika and Kusu. I went to answer but stopped. They were probably still up, but didn't feel like talking to anyone. Again, traumatized. It felt like the air I breathed deep in at the Love Hotel yesterday was still deep inside me. Along with that cheerful melody of the music box and the red that covered my vision. Felt something strange on my cheek and put my hand up to it. It was a bandage. Keep in mind, bro was traumatized. He saw a fucking murder scene. I got into some kind of clinic at the police station where they put it on. They told me I must have hit my face hard on the floor when I passed out. I was unlucky enough to scrape my cheek against a piece of shattered glass. Thankfully, it wasn't a big wound. It barely hurt at all. But it itched like hell. As wounds do when healing. And each time it itched, the shock I felt came rushing back and quickened my pulse. The danger was long gone, but I couldn't forget the terror. Again, he's traumatized. Yeah, he kind of did, yeah. Had I almost been caught up in something horrible? Bro, you're lucky you're alive, and you weren't the next victim. No. I was fine. Right? He's delusional. He's lying to himself. I wasn't like everyone else. I wasn't an amateur. I gone through that hell I just dreamed about and survived. Bro, you are delusional. Okay. Maybe having that nightmare again was good for me. Nightmare? I don't know about that one, buddy. Forced down the urge to vomit and then clicked away at the computer. I opened my computer's TV program, changed the channel to a news program, and watched it on my monitor. A few months ago, I bought a USB TV turner off of a homeless guy who had no idea what it was worth. All it cost me was dinner at a local restaurant. Just like I thought, there was an article about the event 2 days ago. He's losing his mind, yeah. Ollie said that a man's body was found in a Dokanzawa Love Hotel. They didn't say whether it was a game end, murder, or just an incident. Or an accident, sorry. There was nothing about the girl who had been found at the scene. Or about me and Sarika. I see. Figured this is what I get. Never experienced for myself the gap between what happened at a crime scene and what was reported on TV. But it didn't really surprise me. I mean, yeah, they're gonna keep the more gruesome details out of the main public, though, not freak them the fuck out. These days, the internet was a lot faster at reporting things than TV. That's true. To people who follow the news online, TV wasn't a place to learn new things. It was where you went to see something you heard about that was so important that it was getting TV coverage. That's true. That's true. What about the people online? I closed the TV program and opened a browser. He's curious. The Korean News had something on it too. I clicked on the uploaded video. Another incident has occurred.
最近の渋谷では今回の件と合わせて
This makes for
3つの
three
物騒な事
strange
件が発生しているん
incidents
ですが
so far. Just like always, it was a wannabe. The attention-seeking internet reporter. He was famous for charging into crime scenes to get scoops. Lately, he seemed to be getting a little too cocky. I think you're a little bit of a hypocrite saying that, seeing you actually broke into the murder scene yourself and recorded the dead body. He explained what had gone on in the Love Hotel as the video showed pictures that he had probably taken himself.
いずれにせよ警察は何か
Either
隠し
way,
て
I
いる
think
と
the
思い
police
ま
are
す
hiding something. The only
ただ変死
announcement
体を
has
発見
been
したと
that
し
a
か発
body
表が
was
なされてい
found.
ませんが
But if that's
それ
all,
にして
then
は
why would... And then, like always, he started to mix in his own subjective opinions with the news. See? Relatable. Still relevant. He was right, police were hiding something. But there was little point in listening to the rest of this. Why the fuck did my Siri just go off? Shut up, I'm not talking to you, bitch. Vague information would just get in the way. That's all you can expect from the masses on the internet, I guess. I mostly ignored Wadabi's voice as I looked at the video on the screen. Yeah, he does think that he's better than everyone, yeah. He must have gotten it by charging into the hotel room. What the hell was all that? I thought back to what had happened. A man was strangled to death in his room. There was an unconscious girl and a police officer there as well. The girl was the most obvious suspect. Even if she chose a strange way to do it, she must have killed him, right? So he's not aware of what actually happened with her. No, if she had definitely killed him, they would have announced that. Exactly. Now he's detective skills. Here we go. She was arrested just like I was. Over 30 hours had passed. Even if they'd found out she was innocent, they should have announced that. The police believe the girl with him may know something and are proceeding with their investigation. Something like that. We still don't know what the girl was doing there in the first place. Did the police think that she didn't do it? Then what was she doing in that room? Good questions. Even the police had told me during the interrogation that I imagined it. I knew what I heard. Someone else had visited that room and knocked on the door. The sound was eerie and always had the same rhythm. We heard those knocks everywhere. All the scenes before. Felt a cold chill and idly turns toward the door. Alright, chat. Positive or negative? Here we go. Positive or negative? Here we go. Which route we choosing? Positive delusion, negative delusion. Positive? Okay. My room was the same as always. There was no sign of anyone approaching it. I listened carefully to see if I could hear anything outside. Nothing. Come on. You're worrying too much. Huh? I just heard a knock on the door, right? I couldn't believe it, but I'd forgotten to lock the door. You dummy. I froze as it swung open from the outside. Someone was here. Who? I knew two people who would come in without waiting for an answer, but... Was it okay for me to just stand here? Who's there? I gulped and spoke in a hoarse voice. Poking through the gap of the door was...
Taku?
Of course, it's own away. Someone I knew well.
よかった。起きてた。
Good, you're still up. Relieved, I staggered over and sat down on the bed. That hadn't done my heart any favors. For some reason, Serica was standing at the entrance, fidgeting. She didn't try to come any further in.
どうした？こんな時間に女の子一人でここに来るのはあんまり良くないと思う。
I didn't think of any of the homeless in this park were bad people, but someone who was hard up for money might attack her. Especially after what I've seen. Felt like I was gonna start imagining things I didn't want to visualize. Cause he's seen especially during the tragedy, we saw his POV. He watched as girls were being taken God knows where during the tragedy to get taken advantage of during a tragedy. All humanity had escaped their minds. They gone insane. All morals out the window, you know?
タクは大丈夫？
何が？
昨日あんなことがあったから。
Honestly, not really. Was Serica going through the same thing? Because they had broke in together.
家に一人でいると昨日のこと思い出しちゃうんだ。それで怖くなって眠れなくて。
Yeah, they're both traumatized, dude.
ねえ、私一人でいるの嫌だな。今日だけでいいから。泊まらせてくんない？
I knew exactly how she felt. Just having someone you know next to you was enough to make you feel a lot better. Oh god. See, for me, my brain automatically goes to the first game. First game, the main character in the first game, absolutely perverted. Would have 100% absolutely taken this innocent, like, probably pure situation, trying to trauma bond together or whatever, out of context. Like, I don't know, man. Anyway. Take me, for example, having Serica here was letting me relax a little. Hopefully it doesn't get weird. That's all I'm hoping. Sure. They have a tendency to do that in these delusions, though. I'd have to sleep on the floor, I suppose.
Arigato.
Thanks. Don't make it weird, bro. Serica must have felt better when she heard my response, because she looked like she was about to cry. I feel bad for these kids, man. Sat down next to me on the bed. Why was she sitting next to me? There were other places to sit. But when I looked closer, I saw that her shoulders were shaking a little. Aww. Oh, poor girl's traumatized, dude. Oh, no way. It was natural, I supposed. Serica was a girl and she was younger than me. Saying something like that must have been a huge shock to her. Bro's just getting her involved, yeah. It's my own fault for getting her caught up in this. As I started thinking about that, she put her head up against my shoulder.
Taku, 一緒にいて。お願い。
So we're still in the delusion, it seems. Oh, never mind. There it goes. Of course, in reality, Sarika would never let me see her being that vulnerable. She'd never actually come to visit. So he knows that this isn't reality. That's just what he's hoping. Was she okay even if I wasn't? Maybe she was just fine. She's probably just dense, yeah. I was really delicate, so in a sense I was kind of jealous of her. I sighed a little and locked the door. That's right, crap. It was a new day. What about the pundits on the internet? I quickly opened another site. Shibuya News. This was the private news site I trusted the most. It was always updated at midnight every day. The quality of the news and the reliability of its updates made it far more useful than the TV or mass-marketed sites. Online news was faster than TV, but of course some sites were better than others. There's no end to the number of wrong-siders who would treat the net as a single entity that was the opposite of TV. The TV says one thing, but the internet says something different, they'd say. If you ask me, they were utter morons. These days, even the larger sites online aim for the same mass market the TV news did. A lot of this is still relevant, you know. It's critical that you find out for yourself which site could really be trusted. It still remains true till this day. Just like the name implied, Shibuya News dealt with the ongoings around Shibuya. It was similar enough to our newspaper club that everyone in the club knew about the site and used it regularly. Its owner, Kai, how to say this. She was very skilled at getting and sharing information and seeing its effects. She carefully calculated when to send, when to receive information. A lot of child and grandchild sites use Shibuya News as their parent site. Most of them were privately run news sites as well. As a result, a huge number of people saw the information that Kai spread. Putting it to more unkindly, Kai was manipulated them. Anytime Kai wrote about a particular shop among high school students in Shibuya or a free smartphone app, I would hear people talk in school talking about it within a few days. Take, for example, the Twitter user that most of the Hiriko Academy followed, HikoBot. It described itself as a bot by Hiko students for Hiko students, but from the number of times it would show up on the Shibuya News, my guess that it was actually run by K. Kay was one of the few people recognized as a right-sider. That he recognized, sorry. When something important was going on in Shibuya, first you check the TV shows to get the basics, then the mass media sites to see what the net was saying. Then you would go to Shibuya News for the latest information. This was the way the newspaper club and myself would specifically always would look for information. Figured they'd be broadcasting. Quality of the news wasn't the only reason that Shibuya News was popular. One reason that was that Kai appeared to be a girl. When someone was thought to be a girl in real life, they got a lot more hits than someone who was thought to be a guy. And the other reason was...
耳直しにお送りしたのはファンタズムの在家に契約の地をでした。
This radio broadcast. Whenever there was something big she wanted to report on, she'd always do an internet radio broadcast. She offered proof that she was a girl, her voice calm and pleasant to the ear. A lot of people just listened to her broadcasts, sorry. The audio from the leaky noise case that I played for the Kurusu had actually been modified by Kay to be easier to understand. Okay, normally I don't play Phantasm, but there's a reason I've chosen it today.
昨日ラブホテルで20代の男性が変死していた事件ご存知ですよね。ニコニアニュースで相変わらず渡部さんがお元気に喋ってくださってますが。
But I chuckled a little. His glory hogging was a running joke among Niconia news viewers. Yeah.
一つ彼は気づいていないことがあります。
Ooh, here we go. Phantasm released this song 6 years ago, and you all remember what happened then, of course. So again, that's a reference to the first game. Phantasm is, I think, the band from the previous game. They predicted what happened in their music. They had predicted everything in their music from the previous game. And they predicted the mass thing happening. So. New Generation Madness. They literally predicted all of it. So again, keep in mind, a lot of the things are the same, right? Connected, right? So in the first game, the girl could tell what was going to happen before it did. She predicted the future and her music in the first game. We're in the second game. What do we have? A guy, a streamer on the internet who could tell the future of what was going to happen. Both of them could tell events from the future. And you might think, well, if they're able to tell the future, wouldn't they have been able to predict their own death? You would think, if they can tell the future what was going to happen, wouldn't they have predicted that they were going to die that day? I don't know. Food for thought. Food for thought. Food for thought. That's right. Crap. I'd forgotten all that had happened at the Love Hotel. No way.
もうお気づきの方もいらっしゃいますね。9月7日のこっちみんな、9月19日のおともれたん、そして昨日、
Yep.
正確に言えばおととい
Pieced
で
it
すが、
together again.
9月29日の変死事件、
Mmm.
6年前の事件と
Yep. No longer coincidence. And that second, the Twitter stream that was linked to the broadcaster lit up. It was overflowing with comments.
次の日付は
The next date is October 10th.
10月10日。
The vampire
渋
case.
谷にお住まいの皆さん、くれぐれもお気をつけて。
Yeah.
それでは今回はこの辺りで。
They're linking up the dates again.
ありがとうございます。わずかな時間のお相手は、私 K さんでした。時刻は間もなく2015年10月1日0時30分。悔いのない一日が始められることを祈っています。
She knows another murder is gonna happen. Spend the next day in a way you won't regret it, because you don't want those to be your possible dying moments. She got me. That's right. That hypothesis is why I had forced my way into the Love Hotel. And something had happened, just like I had thought. Seems like these power might have or must meet requirements of some time. So I don't remember exactly. I'm so sorry. It's been so long. I'm trying to remember exactly how the power system was developed. And I think it's a wish that they made. At the moment of the earthquake, if I remember correctly, it's the wish they made an subconscious wish, right? They made a subconscious wish, and that had determined what their power is, kind of, sort of, you know? If that made sense. Because I know, we'll learn more about that later. I don't want to spoil it, but we'll learn more about that later. After 3 such incidents, it's only natural to assume there might be a connection. The new generation madness. That's all from the first game. Was it going to happen again? I suddenly felt a pain in my cheek. Bro, it's already happening. I reached up and saw that blood was coming out from the side of the bandage. Ugh. The cut must have opened. Supposed to be limits? I have no idea to cut off like that. No worries. I took care of it. The red blood on my finger stood out. Without warning, I felt a horrible sense of dread, like I was sinking into quicksand. Bro is literally traumatized. Usually I love to have a mystery solved, but now that the case is definitely real, I hesitated. He's in way over his head. And I think he's finally starting to realize. For the rest of that night, I wasn't able to do any more research about the case. He's way in over his head, and he's just now starting to realize it. Alright, here we go. Third death in Shibuya could mean serial killers on... Hold on. No. No, you don't. Let me read this. Third death in Shibuya could mean serial killers on the loose. New generation. 3 suspicious deaths in Shibuya this month, all lined up with dates of the new generation madness. A 4th death is predicted to occur on 10/10. New generation madness. Holy shit. First. Seriously? Thread archive. Aw, yeah. Hell yes. See, again, this kind of goes why it's so relevant. These are eternally online people. You would never be rooting for this in person. People died. People are being brutally murdered. People online think they can say anything they want and get away with it. Because it's anonymous, as you can literally see. Oh yeah, hell yes, it's happening. Someone call me? Kai is so smart, man, I'm getting goosebumps. You would never be excited about this. Why would you be excited about a series of murders that happening again? Kai is so smart, man, I'm getting goosebumps. Wow, it was real. How did no one notice? Summary of Kai's podcast. The dates of the New Generation incident 6 years ago matches the 3 deaths so far. So if the pattern continues, something will happen on 10/10. So here we go. 9/07/2009 group dive. That was, yep. 9/7/2015 don't look at me. 9/19/2007 pregnant man. 9/19/2015 leaky noise. 9/29/2009 crucified. 9/29/2015 Love Hotel incident. 10/10/2009 vampire. 10/10/2009 question mark. Oh wait, that's an error. It's meant to be 2015 there. It's supposed to be 2015 there, but yeah. Festival time, no time to eat. Yeah, let the carnival of miracles begin. New gen, new gen. If this is true, isn't that scary as shit? I want to know more about the 3rd death. Was it as nasty as leaky noise? Kai, you're so smart, let's get married. Those eyes are those... Whose eyes are those eyes? Whose eyes are those eyes? That's such an important quote throughout all of the games, dude. Those eyes, whose are they? I got so excited listening to Shibuya News. Bruh. Gooner! I had the same feeling. Think this means another earthquake's coming. I went to see the ESP 6 years ago in front of the station. I was in college then. Now I'm unemployed and stay home all day. It's fun. The fun's about to start again, huh? Shibuya's doomed. I'm Kai's dad. Yeah, sure. This means they'll cancel the Restoration Festival. You guys make me sick. People are dead. What the fuck are you so happy about? Don't look at me. I call bullshit. I thought Kai was smarter than this. I'm disappointed. It's been 6 years and it's time to drag this out again. It's the return of the New Generation madness. I can't bear it. Return of the New Generation madness. Don't look at me. Return of the New Generation madness. Leaky noise. Return of the New Generation Madness 3 coming soon, to be continued. So again, that's the huge part of why this is so, again, it's relevant to this day. The internet be strange, for real. Some people are real about it. You guys make me sick, people are dead, what the fuck are you happy about? Like, some people are rooting it on. They're like, oh yes, it's happening again. Bro, people are dying. This is literally murder that you're getting excited for. October 1st, 2015 on Thursday. The same time. Shibuya Police Station.
いい加減答えてくれないかな。名前と住所は？学生さん？それとも働いているのかな。あの柿田っていう男の人と何回もあのホテル行ってるよね。どういう知り合い？付き合ってたの？
Oh, they went many times together?
もし喋るのが嫌なら、
oh, shit.
うなずくとか手を振るとか何でもいいからさ。ね、どうなの？
なるほどな。
He just come to check on her a moment ago, but they've probably been doing this since yesterday. She's not talking. Locked in the interrogation room, cut off from the outside world, and questioned by multiple officers. Most people would lose their cool. They started to wonder what the effects their words were having. Focused on every moment of the officer who was taking out notes. It wasn't hot in the room, but they would sweat. They're nervous. But this girl didn't respond at all. Clearly fucking traumatized. It's probably because she was... It probably wasn't because she was used to it. If she'd ever been interrogated before, the fingerprints they would have taken would have told them who she was. She won't talk.
新庄さん。やはり連れて行った方が。
To a mental hospital, you mean? Made sense. The natural assumption was that the shock of the incident had incapacitated her. Incapacitated. Oh god, fucking words. Shinju nodded as if considering it.
捜索願いは?
This was the second day since the incident. She lived in a normal family environment. Someone should have submitted a missing persons report. By now, at least.
洗いました。ですが、当たりません。
Shinju watched the girl as he listened to her talk. But the girl didn't move a muscle.
家庭のことを言外に含ませても動きなしか。
The normal days weren't going to work then. The normal ways weren't going to work then. She'd be sent to the hospital by dawn at this rate.
ご苦労さん。こっちで留置しておくからもういいよ。
The other officer couldn't hide her happiness as she left the room. She just sat down in the chair she'd been sitting in and took a good look at the girl from the front. She was ignoring him and still looking down at the desk. She didn't even seem to notice or care that the person in front of her had changed. She's like totally not there. Shinju remembered his conversation with Momose. After he hung up, she called back precisely in 3 minutes, just like she promised. And then she said, "My kid has a message for you."
ですって。
それだけですか？どういう意味です？
いいからそう聞いてごらんなさい。それで今の新庄ちゃんのような反応をしたり、変わらず黙ったままだったりしたら、残念だけど非感知しか取る手段はないそうよ。もし別の反応をしたら、もう一度連絡をちょうだい。
Message didn't make much sense. But he didn't see any other way. Welcome back.
一つ聞きたいことがあるんだ。
There's no response, of course. He continued, uncertain if she was even hearing him.
君は持っているものに気づかれなかったのか、元から持っていないのか、どっちだ？
Oh shit. An actual response, a reaction. Her eyes moved. Instead of looking down at the desk, she was staring up at Shinju. Oh, shit. Also want to know what is the best kind of coffee. What is it? Let me know. Shinju was surprised, but it is best to hide it. Well? Girl stared at him if trying to figure him out. Facts. Free coffee is best coffee. True. Facts. And then a moment later.
誰なんですか? あなたは.
Her words were quiet but sharp. It was the same tone of voice that Shinju used when he was interrogating a subject. Oh shit.
ここの刑事だ。
I'm a detective here at the station.
名前は?
What's your name? They finally got breakthrough. She didn't be thinking about something as she stared at him. Her mannerisms were just like his own again. It was the same way the detective faced a criminal, trying to gain every scrap of information from what he could see. She slowly opened her mouth.
有村ひなえ。碧峰学園の学生です。
There we go. Left the motorhome where I lived, and only then did I realize that it was evening. The sunlight must have been pouring into my room, but I hadn't noticed. I didn't usually remember when I got to sleep or when I didn't really remember when I got to sleep or when I woken up.
大丈夫だな.
I looked around and made sure that none of the scenery has changed, and walked up the steps in front of me. He's constantly paranoid that history is going to repeat itself. He's looking around to make sure nothing changed. He wants things to stay as he knows it. He's scared of the change. That's fair. That's completely valid, though. I relate to that. I think everyone's a little afraid of change in some aspect. So, he's deeply fucked up. He's deeply fucked up. The girl, yeah, he has been through a lot. The girl, I know her power already. So she is a gigalomaniac. And so is our main character. They're both gigalomaniacs. Actually, I don't think we've met one character who... I think almost everyone we've met so far is a gigalomaniac. I'm pretty sure. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure every character, maybe except Nono, is a gigalomaniac. I don't remember if Nono was or not. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I think she might have been, though. Masura Park was just a few minutes a walk away from Shibuya Station. So this is where he lives. It was also known as Homeless Park. This is where I lived after I left the dorm. Because keep in mind, he left the dorm. The first floor was a huge parking structure. And the second had a futsal field and a climbing wall. Been mostly abandoned during the recovery efforts after the Shibuya earthquake. After the quake, people who lost their family or never had any family to begin with started gathering here en masse. I don't remember, in all honesty. Mitaka Park was just right next door. It was supposed to be an evacuation point for the area. But Mitaka had always been a mecca for the homeless, so everyone gathered here. When people gathered, so did things. Containers filled with food, blankets, and tents. Even the trailer for a motorhome that was left behind when its owner fled Shibuya. Every part of the park was overhauled to create a place for everyone to live. The parking lot, the futsal field, the climbing wall, etc. Yeah, a lot of them are homeless after everything. Next thing anyone knew, there was a society that was big enough that the government couldn't force them out. Yeah, what? Like, there's nothing they can do. Like, they're permanently screwed. Then some group of idiots tried to turn the place into temporary housing. That was shot down in less than 1 month. As a result, even though you could probably find beautifully rebuilt skyscrapers just a street away, Mission Park had become one of Japan's biggest slums.
これいいですか?
I spoke to the man who sold newspapers, magazines, and everything else as I picked up a newspaper with today's date, October 1st on it.
Oh, タク、珍しいな新聞なんて。
I don't see you buying newspapers often. Sure, take it.
いいんですか?
Can I?
どうせ余るしな。それにほれ。
He showed me the snacks and alcohol at his feet. He must have sold a lot today. There were a lot of people in the park who had get enough money that they should have stayed in they could have stayed in a capsule hotel if they wanted to.
Ah, 捨てんならできれば別のとこにな。ゴミにうるさくなってるからよ。
I thanked him and went to leave.
おいタク、電気代か。
はい。そうですけど。
ならついでに俺の分も頼む。南のまっちゃんからだっつって渡してくれ。
That's true. That's true. So his name is Maddie. Mishiata Park was divided in north and south half by a road. If he said he was from the south, that means there was a Maddie on the north side who I hadn't met yet. Just like the name implied, where all the administration was done, for Miyashita Park. It kept things peaceful between the government and the park occupants, resolved disputes between the homeless, and maintained the facilities at the park. Felicities, I can English. Fuck me. I knew the woman there by her face, but not her name. I gave her the electric bill, which was due on the 1st of the month, along with Maddie's part. Life in the park might seem carefree and lawless from the outside, but it's actually much stricter than you find in most families.
はいよ、確かに。はみ出たり、勝手に住み着こうとしているやつは
Everyone who lives on the outer rim of the park, including me, since I lived in the far south, have been asked by the management to keep an eye out for that. For some reason I can't put photos in... Wait, what? Oh my god, I have so many DMs on Discord. Holy shit. Okay. Do you not have... do you not have the role? You should have the trusted member role now. Oh, cute. It do be challenging, bro. My brain can't work. Can you quickly send a message in general for me? Just so I can double check it. That would explain it. Okay, I'll fix it. Fix. Sorry about that. Ooh, that looks delicious. Oh my gosh. Yummy. Oh my god, Axolotl sending me pictures of pie. That looks amazing. I was trying to add some new music and song request to add some random song. It's awful to say the least. You should be able to send it now. Did it work? So I have like a million DMs. I'm trying to go through them slowly. Oh my god, that looks fancy. What the fuck? Why is your coffee fancy? God, that's some fancy looking coffee. I want fancy coffee. I'm jealous. It looks fancy. My coffee just looks sad. My coffee just looks like a sad pile of nothing. My mom likes it fancy? Damn. My coffee's just sad and not fancy. My coffee's boring. Also, look what Active sent me. Pie. That looked good. Although it's a little messy with the outpour, it looks good still. I'd fuck that pie up. I would fuck that pie up. That looks delicious. You talking about coffee? Yeah, we're talking about fancy coffee. My coffee's boring. My coffee boring as fuck, bro. Time to learn barista skills. I do know barista skills. I'm just too lazy to make my shit fancy. I'm just too lazy to make my shit all fancy. It's just a lot of extra work that I really don't want to put into it. That's all. I don't have any coffee, only rum. Rum. Interesting, why is it so big? Sorry, that's what she said. That's what she said! Why is it so big? Your little axolotl light plushie in the background. Look at me. That's my antenna. Why is it so big? Why your shit so big? You're drinking this fucking early? Jesus Christ. Because of all the work that I have to do, I'm putting you to work, aren't I? I put you to work. Are you working on editing videos? I put him to work. Oh god, I gotta figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do with the subathon, bro. I'll be so real with you. I don't know how I'm gonna get this onto YouTube. I don't think I can. I would have to literally divide them into 15-minute segments and upload it that way to my VOD channel, because otherwise I'd never be able to upload it. That's the only way I could get it out, I think. Cheers, I'll drink to that. I put you to work. You might have to. I think I'm going to. That's what I'm gonna have to do, which is kind of annoying. I know. but it's the only way gonna be able to get it to work without having to download the entire VOD that would kill my computer. By the way, the pie is messy because it was the first time making that pie. Oh, really? Ah, first time making pie. I like pie. Alright, you know what, guys? I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'm gonna leave this running for you guys. I'll be right back. I gotta go smoke, bro. I'm gonna leave you guys to read things. I'll be watching on my phone so I don't miss anything either. I'll be watching my phone. In fact, you know what? Just a...
知ってんだろラブホテルの事件とか。
はい。
Oh no, reading! Yeah, you have to read. Start fucking reading. That... Bruh. Alright, I'll be back. Keep reading! I'm out of here. Have fun reading. I'll be watching from outside. I just can't smoke inside, that's all.
「追うべきじゃない」ってことなのかな。はい。もしもし。
お主か。もう来ておるぞ。いつもの席じゃ。
どうも。 何読んでるんだ？
ああ、タク。そう、なんだろうこれ。
は？
適当に撮ったから。はい、これ制服。のんちゃんから言われてクリーニングしといたから。
悪いな。今日学校は？
行ってないよ。タクもでしょ。のんちゃんたちに連絡は？
メールはしといた。で、どうだ？大丈夫か？
うん、まあ死んでる人を見るのは初めてじゃないし。タクは大丈夫？嘘、マジで？それ最低じ
ゃん。マジ超焦ったっつーの。空気読めっつー話でさ。
正直言うと迷ってる。
迷ってるって何を？
事件を追うかどうか。
本当に？すいません、グレープフルーツもう一つ。いつものタクだったらチャンスだとか思って突っ走ってない？そりゃホテルは怖かったけどさ。昔都市伝説とか追っかけてた時もそうだったじゃん。ほら冒険だって言って病院に忍び込んだの覚えてる？
の時も怖かったけど、この怖さは他の人が経験してないもんなんだ、貴重なんだって泣きながらさ。
お前も泣いてたじゃん、あの時。
そうだっけ？
ほれ、残すなよ。
どうも。
で？いや、それで？
何が？そうか。だからさ、他の人が経験してないことを手に入れたんだからさ、それが怖かろうがなんだろうがチャンスだってタクなら言うかなって思って。
たまに頭いいんだか悪いんだかわからなくなるよな。
何？ダメだよ。あげないよ。
バイトにんなこと言われてもね。
だろ？やる気がないのかってねえよ、普通に。
なあ、渋谷地震の被災者のコメントの話ってしたことあったっけ？
何それ？
地震直後の混乱が収まった後、大量のマスコミが被災者に対して押しかけただろ。まだカオスチャイルド症候群者っていう言葉がなかった頃に。その取材の論調の多くは民度の高さを訴えるものだった。これだけの震災にもかかわらず、暴動や略奪などの犯罪がほとんど起きていない。これは得難いことなんだって。実際そうなんだと思うよ。何が今一番辛いですかって聞かれた時、大半の被災者が地方の家族に自分の無事を伝えてやれないこととか、子供に好物を与えてやれないこととか、とにかく他人を心配しててさ。でもそんな中で一人の被災者が言ったんだよ。頑張れという部外者。正直うなずいたよ、心底。
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I really needed that.
これを言った人は僕に近い人だっていう気がするんだ。ただ一連の出来事をネットで見ていた他人とは違う。そして ただ被災しただけの人とも違う。
Okay, so again, there's a lot of really important points being made here. Thank you. Sorry, I really need a cigarette break. But you know, there's a lot of important points being made here, as you guys can tell. He has that attitude is, I'm better than everyone. I'm better than you. I'm smarter than you. See your model moving? Yeah, my model's moving again. Yeah. But basically, yeah. He has the attitude, I'm better than you, I'm smarter than you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about attitude. Again, we kind of already realized he's kind of it's the word self-pretentious. Is that the right term? I don't know. But he's self-righteous in his, like, belief I'm better than everyone. Right? And again, he said, again, we know that it's not exactly true. There was a lot of looting. We kind of saw that in, like, my overview of what happened the first time. Bro is on his high horse. He really is. And, but yeah. He's like, people don't know what, if they, like, again, he was in a coma a year after the event, so, you know, he was out for most of it, and during that year, he was in a coma. Again, we'll get into it, but this is kind of an important episode as well to the whole story, because we learn more about his past. So we're unraveling slowly his story and his past. And I'm gonna be so real, I hate her. I hate Sarah Connor. I'm sorry. I know she's a fan favorite, but I fucking hate her. And the only reason I think I hate her is because I know her truth. I know who she really is, what she really is. I'm not gonna spoil it, but yikes. I think that's why I hate her. She's a fan favorite, but I don't like her. Sorry. Don't like her.
Taku no ryōshin no koto?
Reminder, he lost his parents in the earthquake. He lost his family. And again, other people are just moved on. They're living normal life. They're living normal life, and they're just talking normally, not thinking about the trauma, right? And he's mad because he can't move on. He lost fucking everything. And he's really mad. Imagine there was nudity when you were away. That would be bad. I've played this scene before. I know there's nothing bad. But yeah, no, he's mad because other people were able to move on. He wasn't. I was different. I was different than the people who just lived normal lives. Because he lived through the tragedy. He lost everything. Yeah. We're going into the deeper shit now. Face was back to normal. I was back to normal. I don't think so, dude. Case was right in front of me. I had a huge mystery to investigate. So you would think, after everything he witnessed, that bro would be like, okay, I'm in too deep. I need to step the fuck away. Especially after being told by the police, he should not be looking into this. It's not his place. And they got rid of all the evidence. But you would think that would deter him away from wanting to look further into it. Of course not. Bro's fucking insane. Literally. I wasn't about to be just caught up in something. As a right-sider, it was my job to jump right into the middle of all this information, right? So he's literally trying to justify this in his brain. You would think he pulled back after all that. But his brain is so fucked. He's so traumatized. He thinks that this is his job now. He needs to get in the middle and improve everything, right? He's like, I need to get all the information. He can't move on. Especially now. He cannot move forward. He's in a bad mindset. He can't mentally move forward from everything. So he's just gonna keep going in this insanity loop. I can feel something like excitement mixed with a sense of duty welling up inside me. And who do you think is going to try to stop him? I could have stopped myself from smiling. Bro is literally slowly losing his grip on reality. He's lost his grip of reality.
事件のこと？
He wants to basically take on this burden by himself, not getting anyone else involved again. Especially Serica. He's like, I don't want you involved in it anymore. Because, again, she got dragged into it because of him. And he feels that guilt. I didn't know what that meant, but I started to laugh too. Serica nodded.
よし、それならまずラブホテルの事件から行こっか。
Serica took out her Pokecom. She typed into it with practiced hands. She seemed to be loading a video file. Oh shit, wait, what?
なんだそれ。
Oh wait, they didn't lose everything. That's right, I remember now.
現場でタクが撮ってたラブ
That's
画データ、
right.
警察に消される前にストレージに上げておいたの。
She's a genius. That's right. We realized they didn't lose everything. That's right. I forgot about that. They still have the footage. The police thought they had taken it away, but they didn't. Ooh. By the time I got back home, it started long sunset, and it was past 8 p.m. So we're really getting into the meat and potatoes of the story now. Realized I had barely eaten anything since arriving at the Love Hotel and suddenly felt very hungry, so I'd eaten a meal at Lax. Lax is also very important to this kind of arc, I guess.
そういえば、この間来た時から気になってたんだけど、電気ポット変わった？前はもっと、あ、ここ物置にしたんだ。
Serga had followed me home. She started to glance around the room and offer opinions on the way it was laid out. She got her smart the moment for who likes to be silly. She would open drawers and be surprised, even though there was nothing important inside, or look at new files about the cases and tell me that their contents at a glance. She always was a little strange like that. She would be surprised when it's so obvious things, but sometimes she would show startling insight. And wait. You're really excited about something, aren't you? She laughed another strange laugh.
事件を追うのが楽しいのか？
というより、ただやりたいことは行けるところまで行かないと気持ち悪いだけ。
Keep in mind, those are his thoughts.
そうじゃないと意味ないじゃん。人間いつ死ぬかわかんないんだから。せっかく今死んでないのに。
That's pretty fucking dark. I see, I thought. She was right. Sound came from my PC. The copy operation was finished. Okay.
そしたら元のストレージのやつは削除してくれ。
Delete the original.
お？なんで？
物が物だからな。他の人間に見られたら困る。
このストレージ、私が個人的に使ってるやつだから大丈夫だよ。
それでもだ。誰でもアクセスできる可能性は少しでも潰しておきたい。そうだな。お前のポケコンのやつも念のため削除してくれ。
Here's a point though.
Okay. タク、何してるの
？Oh, we have choice. Positive and negative, where we're going. Positive delusion, negative delusion. Which choice are we making? I'm letting you guys decide. Which choice are we making? Positive delusion, negative delusion. Negative? She looked over at me while she rifled through my bookcases.
カッコン島を作る。
Making Kankatono.
カッコン島？
Kankato?
どこの島？
Are you serious?
飲み物だよ。ゲンさんにもらった。吐き気を抑える効果があるんだ。
へえ、よく知ってるね。
へへ。And then some information I found before flashed across my mind. Of course, it was from Cool Cat Press. I read about a certain special that they run. If you put eye drops in a beer, it will make a girl feel aroused. At the time I hadn't believed it. Oh my god, here we go. In another issue, they said that eye drops in Coca-Cola would make a girl go to sleep. Oh my god. Adding eye drops to a drink would create unusual side effects. Is he thinking about drugging her? Heard a rumor that it was all just urban legend though. Ain't no way bro's thinking about drugging her right now. But what would happen if you put eye drops into... Oh my god. Oh my god. There was a stupid teenage girl who didn't even know what Kankato was right in front of me. Bro. It's literally fucking... Oh my god. Should I try it? I think not. Bro's insane. Paired two clubs like it was the most natural thing and poured out the Kankato I'd made. Oh my god. He's actually gonna drug her. Dude is literally insane. And then being careful not to let Sarah see me, I took the eye drops off the shelf. He's about to fucking drug her. Just now add a few drops of it to this and maybe it would be enough to even arouse her. Oh my god. Bro, you nasty. I tried adding a few drops. Oh my god, dude is literally disgusting. But wait a second. Cool Cat Press hadn't said anything about how much to use. Oh my god. So I had no idea how much it would take to get any effect. Oh my god, this idiot. Time to get the squeak hammer and bonk him. Felt like you would need more than a few drops. Oh shit. Okay, I just have to add the whole bottle! Bro's trying to kill her. Bro's literally gonna kill her. The problem was how to make sure that Serica didn't see me. Oh my god.
今お前の分も作ってやるから座って待ってろよ。
I'm gonna make yours now, so just sit there and wait.
本当？ありがとう。
Oh my god.
カッコン島って初めて飲むな。
Oh, this poor girl. Serica just did what I told her. Heh, so easy. Ew. Ew. While I sat on the sofa, I went around to where she couldn't see me and opened the lid on the eye drops and poured the whole bottle in. Oh my god. Here you go. Oh my god. Stop. My heart felt like it was pounding fast. Yeah, because you're doing something bad. Try to act normal as I handed her the cup.
結構すごい匂いだね。
Bless. It
薬
smells
みた
terrible
い。
like medicine. Oh god. Oh shit.
いや、カッコン島ってもともと漢方薬だし、そういう匂いなんだ。
健康には良さそう。
Oh god. Serica laughed. Oh my god. It was just lucky for me that she was so stupid. Dude is literally a villain in his own mind here. Okay, trying to try it out. Oh god. She put the cup to her lips with no hesitation. Oh my god. And then... Bro's literally gonna kill her. She started coughing. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. Must have added the wrong amount. Oh my god. I had to tell her what I'd done later and apologize. You're thinking about telling her? Dude, you're out of your fucking mind. Oh my god.
大丈夫か?
Are you okay? Oh my god. She's literally coughing her lungs out. Serica wouldn't stop coughing. Her body was twisting in pain. Oh my god, bro! The cup fell to the floor and it spilled the Konkato everywhere. Oh my god. Bro literally almost killed her. This wasn't normal. Dude, you're fucking insane. What's wrong? You know what's wrong. Oh my god. And then all too suddenly she coughed up blood. Oh my god. He literally is killing her. The red liquid stained the sofa, the floor, and me. Has blood literally all over him. Was I not supposed to mix Konkato and eye drops? I don't know. Probably not. Did I accidentally make it something poisonous? This is why you don't fucking experiment with shit you don't know anything about, bro. Oh my god. Tried to pat her back when her eyes suddenly rolled up into her head. She started to spasm and shake. Oh my god, she's having a seizure. All I could do is watch in shock. Dude, you just killed her probably. Soon she lay down in the bed face up and stopped moving. Bro just killed her. Blood was still dripping from the side of her mouth. Oh my god. He's a real dumbass. She wasn't breathing. He killed her. He killed her. He literally killed her. You're a murderer, bro. You are a murderer. You just killed her. Oh my god. Dude literally just killed her in his delusion. Like, I get it, he's traumatized. But what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Huh?
He doesn't even realize that that wasn't a delusion. He's starting to wake up a little. Like, he realized, oh, it wasn't actually real. What the fuck?
Huh? Yeah,
bro literally got his horny brain fucked with him so much that he was willing to risk something and killed her.
Okay.
Oh my god. Serga just did what I told her. I couldn't tell if she was obedient or just didn't care. She doesn't know what you're thinking in your fucking fucked up head, dude. But for now, it was saved. Took a drink from the cup of Kokoto in my hands. Didn't taste like medicine. I hadn't been able to find any eye drops on the shelf, so I just given it her normally. So in reality, he didn't have any eye drops. It was wrong to think about experimenting on a friend. Yeah, no fucking shit, dude. Fucking psychopath. Choose his thoughts be like, my god. For real though, what the fuck, dude? Was that why? Well, he did help me out a lot. Sarah put away her Pokecom. Alright. I booted up the laptop next to the wall and sat down on the chair that folded out into a bed. As I went to load the video file in the player software, I happened to glance at its length.
そんなにあの部屋にいたか？
Oh shit. Oh, Serica said.
違うと思う。あの時タクが気を失ってすぐに警察が駆けつけて、で私も気持ち悪くて吐いちゃってたんだけど、いつの間にかタクが落としたスマホを自分のポケットに入れてて、
Okay.
それで警察に連れてかれるパトカーの中でスマホのことに気づいて、そこで私が録画ボタンを止めたから。
So that was it. Come to think of it, I haven't asked how it had happened.
よく警察に消される前にストレージにあげる暇があったな。
Oh yeah. Serica nodded, she felt the same way.
たまたまだよ。警察に着いた時にまた気持ち悪くなっちゃってトイレに駆け込んで、そこであって思いついたの。
いや、すごいと思う。
I really was. I passed out in the hotel and the next day I knew I was at the station. Whew, sorry. Still mentally waking up. Supposedly I walked from the patrol car to my room, but my memory was vague and hazy. We took a big sip from the cup to choke down the urge to vomit and slowly let it sink into my stomach. If the recording was successful, then I should see what I seen then. It happened 2 days ago, but it left such a strong impression on me that I didn't feel like that much time had passed at all. Took a deep breath and told myself it was time to do this. Looked over at Serica. Okay. She nodded back at me and glared at the monitor. Okay. I tried to steady my slightly shaking finger as I clicked the file. Oh god, here we go. First thing I noticed was that sound. Hello! Hello, welcome on in. Hello, how are you? Playing some Chaos Child right now. And it's getting into the deep shit, so yeah. Peaceful sound of the music box that filled the room with that spinning bed. Little trigger warning, we might see a dead body soon in the game. Dark, gloomy room, curtain in the back, and a rotating bed behind it. It was that room. The same emotion I experienced before came flooding back to me through the blurry screen. I can sense my own hesitation from my gasping breaths. Serica grabbed my shoulder at the sudden sound.
大丈夫。確か僕が床を踏み鳴らしたんだ。
そっか。
Camera was slowly moving toward the back of the room. At some point, my breathing matched the breathing in the recording. It scared me, so I pulled away a little and took a deep breath to isolate myself from the person in the video. I'm doing well, how are you? This game seems interesting. I love science adventure games. They are my favorite type of games. I am absolutely obsessed with these games. This is the second game in the series, and it's very dark and twisted. So basically, long story short, where we're at, I'll kind of keep you up to speed. Bro broke into a love hotel where there was a murder scene to get a scoop of it. and he saw the dead body on the bed, heard the guy's neck snap, recorded all of it, by the way. He recorded it. And then we got jump scared last night before I went to bed. We got jump scared by the girl who was in there, who was the one who was being silent, choked the police officer to death, and basically murdered him in a temporary fit of insanity. He got knocked out, so he doesn't remember what happened after he saw the girl. So we're kind of watching this video that they actually had saved, even though the police deleted the file. It was on an online archive privately. So they are looking back to see what actually happened. Heard that sound. The sound of the wire creaking as the bed spun. I could feel the panic coming through the screen. Like, bro knew he wasn't supposed to be there. I wasn't sure what to do. Oh god. I could tell that Serica was gulping a little. They're basically reliving their trauma right now. As I spoke, the camera kept going forward. I could hear Serica's soft gasp in the video. The police officer and that woman were lying on the floor. Yeah, so the girl lying on the floor choked the police officer and killed him. Hadn't realized that at the time, but the glass was shattered all around. Damn. The camera quickly panned out without warning. And there's the body. Oh, come on! Bro, the game bugged. The game got bugged again. Oh, fuck me, dude. Alright, I saved it. Gotta reload. Again, this game's really old, so there are moments where it entirely fucking breaks. And I have to reload the entire game. This game is Chaos Child. Look away. You missed my joke? No, I saw it. If anything, I'd be like, this game is so interesting, dude, that I instinctively keep moving forward and my tracking isn't going right, you know? Because my first instinct is, ooh, it's interesting. Let me lean forward because I'm so into it, you know? I hate that. I mean, this is an old game. You gotta keep that in mind. So, you know, sometimes it literally breaks. Sometimes. The background is so pretty. Oh, my bedroom? Talk about my bedroom? Yeah, my bedroom is very pretty. It's the daytime version, but we also have nighttime version. But it's daytime, so we have daytime version on. Yeah, it's my bedroom. Super nice. It's very nice indeed. The game is Chaos Child Look Away. The name of the game? The name is just called Chaos Child. Yeah, ooh, oh my god, I love that. Yeah, I do too. I love the bedroom. Alright, let's get back into the thing. The camera quickly panned without warning. Here we go. Now we're getting caught back up to speed where we were. Before it glitched. There we go. That was the bed. It was that bed, sorry. The silhouette behind the curtain was probably that man. The guy who died. The angle was off and it wasn't pointing directly at the bed. At that point, I hadn't really been aware of the smartphone. Let's get out of here now. Heard a dull thud and the screen went black. Oh, we didn't even get to see. Drop it? Probably. I feel like I tripped and fallen backwards. Is that when he passed out? Phone had probably fallen from my hands. No, he saw the body first, though. He literally saw the dead body first, though. Oh. Never mind. I don't know what happened. Did he drop the phone? I don't remember. I don't know. Did he drop the phone? I don't think he did. Yeah, they were panicking, trying to open the door because they couldn't get the fuck out. That's right. I've been fighting with the door then. Because the door closed on them. They couldn't get back out. Because remember, it mysteriously opened by itself when he thought, oh, I wonder if the door's open. Important what I just said. My body shivered as it had gone numb. This was... I could hear it. Hey, you heard it, right? The knocking. The knocking that's in every murder scene we've seen so far in the game. I could hear it. The police said the surveillance camera hadn't shown anyone else coming up to the room, but I could hear it. No, he wasn't knocked out at this point yet. That constant rhythmic knocking, somehow it made me feel uneasy and scared. He wasn't knocked up here yet. Someone had been on the other side of that door. And suddenly the screen moved. Yeah, because I don't know what happened to the phone, but... Oh, there it is. It was showing the man on the bed. The screen was blurry, but the man was almost in the exact center of the viewfinder. This is when we heard his neck snap. I picked up the smartphone? I couldn't remember. In the video, I ignored Serica's voice and kept pointing the camera at the man. I could hear my own rough breathing, and I remembered exactly how I felt then. Ah! Ah! Then suddenly I heard the snap. Oh my god. And then that. That's when I got jump scared. This bitch. And there goes his head. Screen moved violently for a second, and then for a moment it showed the girl. Then the angle changed again and it stopped moving. God damn, this is when he passed out. I don't know what happened, if he was knocked over the head or what, but I don't know. Screen was covered in red blood, but... Is that the ceiling? That I was looking at was probably the room's ceiling. Since it didn't move at all, this is probably where I passed out and dropped it. Just like before, the camera was still recording the sound. I could hear Serica vomiting and what sounded like someone falling over. It caught the police officers running into the room. This is probably when she picks it up. They were asking Serica what was going on. She was probably the only one there who was still conscious. Yeah, fair enough. She was, yeah. Shortly after, the screen went black. Serica had probably put the phone in her pocket just like she said. I could hear an irritating noise that must have been the sound of the phone scraping the skirt's fabric. The screen stayed black, but kept picking up nearby sound. Then at the very end, there was a quick shot inside the patrol car. I realized at some point I leaned my body towards the screen. I sat back in my chair. Yeah, no, she was the only one who was still conscious. She was just throwing up a lot from the gruesome scene. I'd known what was going to happen, but this was still hard. To be honest, I'm lucky that the phone was dropped and a lot of it wasn't clearly recorded. I didn't feel as much of an urge to vomit as I'd expected, but was still sweating from a nasty, unpleasant feeling. I gulped down and let a spit of liquid in my cup.
尾上、大丈夫か?
I asked Erica. And then...
ねえ、タク、最後のとこ、何か変なの映ってなかった？
何?
Weird. The whole thing was fucking weird. Not a second of it was normal.
部屋の奥に進んでからさ。
Sarah moved the mouse to jump backwards into the video. Couldn't tell whether she was tough or simply dense, or maybe felt like nothing but a video. She advanced through the shocking scenes with no hesitation. Here.
これ窓の外。
Oh shit. Do you see it? Chat. Oh, it's so hard to see. Do you see the sticker? It's there. Oh my god. Where did the sticker here go? That's a detail I never realized. The sticker's gone. On this page. The sticker's gone. It's always usually here, is it not? See the wall of the Love Hotel across the street from the open window. We're getting the lore! There was something there. Zoom in and enhance. What is this?
虫かな?
Not a bug.
こんなでかい虫がいたら、
There was a bug that
フル
big
ス
and
が
it
建物ごと
would
爆
go
破しに
blow
来
up
る
the
ぞ。
whole building. She hated bugs.
じゃあ、いたずら書き?
I think it was on purpose. Why was her answer a bug and her second answer the sensible one?
いや、ちょっと待って。なんかどっかで。
He has seen it before. Switched from my player software to my editing software, then blew up that part of the screen. Here we go. Detective working. Damn it, I could make it out, but it was so far away that it was so blurry. The resolution was too low.
ほら、虫じゃん。羽広げてる。
See, it's a bug. It's spreading its
違うっ
wings.
て。やっぱりなんかどっかで見た気が。
It's not. I've seen this somewhere before. So, another important thing to note. She sees a bug, but he doesn't. And we learn what that image is later on, but she sees a bug. What? I turn around at the loud noise. Fucking. There it is. It was gone. You're right. Look, it's back. This is what he saw. Dude, what the? That's literally such a small detail. What? Dude, that makes me even more, like, obsessed with this. Look at that small detailing. Did you see that? It wasn't there before. And now it's back. It was on purpose. It's back now. Where it belongs. That picture right there. She sees a bug. He doesn't. That quote, 'sumo' wrestler sticker is what it's been deemed. 'Sumo 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 wrestler sticker is what it's been deemed. It's like a two-faced. Looks like two faces. She looked at it and she saw a bug, but he didn't. Remember, psychological horror torment this image cause. Fucking old man. This drunk man with a bottle of booze in his hand. Jen, give me a break. Of course no one was waiting.
もっと静かに入ってきてよ。
おう、ゲンさん。この前はありがとね。
この前。
ラブホテルの事件のこと教えてくれたじゃん。
おお、そうだったか。ああ、どうでもいい。事件か、よかったな。タクは新聞記者になりたいんだからな。
Clearly he knew. He knew. So I think he knows more than he's leading on. Every day supposedly wanted to be a different thing. Last time was a movie director.
ようはただいま帰ったぞ。なあタク、よく聞け。世が世であるために今日はこんなものを手に入れてきた。どこだ?
Excuse me, sorry, I have hiccups. He started pounding down the pockets of his very old coat. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god, hiccups. Oh, this annoying old man was Jen. Oh my god, hiccups. He was the elder ruler of this park and the CEO of a company with 3 billion yen a year salary, and the best friend of my father, Jiro. At least, according to him. My dad's name wasn't even Jiro. His family died in the earthquake. We do know that much. He was related to a clan of 4 nobles. So if he needs to, he could summon a foreign special forces team to do his bidding. Except last week his bed had been taken over by a stray dog and he had to come stay with me. God, these hiccups hurt.
ねえぞ。世の一番大事なものもねえじゃねえか。やべえぞ。証明できねえ。
What?
ちょっとゲンさん、ズボン脱がないでよ。
Bro, stop. Oh my god. Ain't no way this man be like, my dick is gone! And start stripping in front of these children. Oh my god. Bro, stop. He's drunk. He thinks his fucking dick is gone. Bro. What the fuck? Today, he wasn't very drunk. Really? I had no idea what he was like when he was sober. I'd never seen it happen or heard of it happening. Bruh. Sometimes or often, actually, at least once a week, he would come by my drunk, talk for a while, and then leave and search the park for more alcohol. Bro, like, my dick fell off. What the fuck, man? I found it. I found it, Missy. Look at the. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. He was obnoxious as hell, to put it mildly, but I couldn't chase him away. What the fuck, dude? Actually, I couldn't complain about him much at all. The fact that he asked her to look is even more fucked up. When I left the dorm room half a year ago, I ended up at the bottom half of Mishiyata Park. Since the upper half kept the rain off, the bottom half was the most popular spots. A lot of the reason I was able to get the spot and even this motorhome was because of Jen. Yeah, that's pretty disgusting. When I lived in the dorm, I've got some cooking done for the homeless in Mishida Park as part of our volunteer activities. Again, I remembered that. A nobleman does not forget his debts, was all he said, and then somehow I'd be given this place. Jeez, I can English. He was also the one who taught me how to get by in this place. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I have hiccups. Oh no. Gen took something out of his pocket. Oh no, it's a porno. Ah. I ripped the copy of my favorite magazine out of his hands. Quickly glance over to Serica. Oh my god. She's mumbling that over and over to herself. I thought she liked him. Not anymore! Little fucking perv. Good, she didn't see it. I breathed a sigh of relief and hit it somewhere. How much? Oh my god. Again, raise a single finger. This is one rule, for example. It was the first thing I learned in the park. The homeless would never ever ask you for money. It's the one thing they could never say. Money was either found lying on the ground or earned by working or selling things. It wasn't something other people gave you. I took out 100 yen from my wallet and gave it to him. Sorry if you guys can hear my hiccups. Ken grabbed it and put it in his pocket, like he didn't really care. Oh my god, it hurts so bad.
Oh, 最近よく見んな、それ。
Oh shit. He was looking at the PC monitor for a moment. For a moment, I didn't know what he meant. He knows. Huh? Met Serica's eyes for just a moment. The monitor was still displaying that blurry, blown-up image. It's gone. It's gone again. Look, it's gone. A detail so it's such a small detail, but I love it. He saw it a lot. He just.
これ知ってるの？
野球してえな。
Oh my god, he was in his own little world. What was this guy's problem? I got closer to him.
ゲンさん、これ見たことあるの？
ああ、なもんお前どこにでもあんだろうよこれ。例えば駅前の駅前って誰だ？
Oh my god.
は？駅前って駅前なんでしょ？渋谷の駅前の。
だからほれつうかタク、おめえ前に見せてくれたやつにも映ってんだろ。
Oh. Huh?
俺何年前だったか、おめえがカラオケに張り込んでなんかを初めて抑えたとかっつってよ。
That was last weekend, actually. When I've been uploading the photos of the crime scene, I took them from the karaoke box. Again, I'd come by and seen them. This was it. Look. There's an image of the karaoke box. I'd hidden in to take photos of the crime scene. It was on the 5th floor. I could see the same mark. I switched from the player software to the editor software just like before. It magnified that part of the image. Chat, I look like a whore. Hi, Axel. Hello. Not that I look like a whore. My God. Welcome, Axel. How are you? We're playing more Chaos Child. I had seen this thing before, and just like Gen said, it was something you could find all over Shibuya. My God, I have hiccups still. Something that had been there for a long time. Mmm.
これ歴史シールド。
Oh. So the club room for the first time in 3 days, I was stunned.
いや、努力はしたんだよ。
Man, I did my best. I've been waiting all morning to tell Itsu to the big discovery I made yesterday. I stayed up almost all night finding the information I could on it, and forced myself to wait until school ended to tell him. Oh, was it? Oh. I figured that just sending pictures to his phone or trying to explain it in words would just confuse him. I wanted to stand in front of the board in the club room with all the information we learned so far pinned up on it, and use the club room to really work through it. But there was nothing there at all. I can only think of one person who would do that. No.
クルスか。
Or Kusu, sorry.
昨日の帰り際な。危なすぎるから絶対にダメだって言って。
I told y'all. Too dangerous. You're not looking into it any further. Was it because of what happened at the Love Hotel? In an angry voice, as I could muster, I said.
どうして止めてくれなかったんだよ。
だから努力はしたんだよ。黙りなさいって言われて黙ったけど。
そこをなんとかしてさ。
無理言うなよ。お前ならなんとかできたのか？
無理言うなよ。
It's shrugged off to see, as if to say, see? Just imagining it scared me a little. Doing something about Kurusu was absolutely impossible. No one in Hiko was capable of such a thing. I pointed to the pieces on the desk.
データは？
What about the data?
ハードディスクごと叩き壊されなかっただけ運が良かったんじゃないか？
So the data was gone too. She was probably joking, but if Kurusu thought she needed to do it, she would have.
おのえ、さっきから何プリントアウトして。
はい、これ。
Here you go. Sticker dropped a stack of papers on the desk. Looked down and saw that it was the images and articles about the case. It was the one that were uploaded to the newspaper club server.
どうしたんだこれ。
状況たるもの、データのバックアップは常に取れってタクいつも言ってるじゃん。というか、タクだって取ってるでしょ
？Well, yes, but Serika flipped through the papers.
ポケコンからだとなぜか画質が少し落ちるんだよね。サーバーにもう一回上げ直して。
ちょっと待った。
Serica wanted to stretch a cable from her Pokecom to PC, but I quickly stopped her. Oh yeah. Don't want to leave a trace.
画質これでいいの？
そうじゃなくて、いや、画質はこれでいいんだけど、サーバーに上げるのはちょっと待ってくれ。
No, he's being smart. Excuse me. I glanced at H2 as I spoke. Newspaper club server would be accessed from any PC in the computer and school as long as you knew the password. Oh my god. Kirsty was spending her time at the student council getting ready for the cultural fest. There was some chance she might look at the server for some reason. Thank you for that, Pat. Not in agreement, a serious look in his face.
二人とものんちゃんのことを怖がりすぎだよ。のんちゃん優しいよ。ねえ、花ちゃん。ほらね。
See what? It was Kazuki agreeing. She was pounding down on the keyboard and the mouse really hard. She's in her gamer girl era. Let her be in her gamer girl era.
そりゃ尾上や和樹は副部長に可愛がられてるけどさ。
渋谷のクレープ屋台一緒にコンプリートしたんだよ。のんちゃん甘いものに詳しいんだ。
Serica puffed out her chest, was very proud of this information. I didn't care in the slightest. More insight. He doesn't care about anyone else.
それにどっちみちのんちゃんにはバレると思うよ。
That was probably true, yeah. If we kept following the case as part of our work with the newspaper club, Kurusu was smart enough to catch on. It's okay. She'll understand once you talk to her. Simulated a variety of situations in my mind. Okay, chat. Positive or negative delusion? Which route are we going? Positive or negative? Positive or negative delusion? Which route are we taking? Positive? We're going positive delusion this time. Kurisu loves sweets. This was something Serica had said and that I've known about too. So, buying her something she liked from a famous sweet shop would be enough to win her over. Would bribery work as someone as prim and proper as the student council member? It was worth a try. Unless we could win her over, we weren't going to be able to continue with the case.
Yoshi, これから賄賂を買いに行こう。
Buy something to bribe her with.
クルスが好きなスイーツ店の上位3つを教えてくれ。
オッケー。買いに行くなら私も行きたい。
She's gonna buy something I want something too. She's clearly intended to buy something for herself. Well, that was fine. It's time for the mission to begin.
というわけで、これ、クルスにプレゼント。
I need that Kurisu. Oh, sorry. I handed her the present I just bought. Suri told me about a pancake place near Shibuya Station. It was a popular store where there were always a line of girls outside. heard it was one of the few places where you can get pancakes for takeout, so I quickly chose it. Staying in line with the girls for an hour was almost torture, but I somehow managed to do it.
これってエッグスンサンクスのパンケーキ？
No intrusive thoughts for now, I guess.
そうだけど。
あそこいつも並んでいるからなかなか手に入らないのに。私にくれるの？本当に？
Giving this to me, really? Sorry, I was falling asleep. I'm
いつも
gonna be so real. I'm literally falling asleep, chat. I won't even lie, dude. I'm literally falling asleep right now. I'll be so real with y'all. I'm literally falling asleep. As I'm sitting here, I'm literally falling asleep, dude. I don't know what it is about this game that makes me so tired, dude. It's like after I play it for like more than an hour, I feel like I'm gonna start falling asleep. It like takes a fucking mental toll on my brain. I don't know. Wake up! I'm sorry! I kind of want to take a nap. I don't know. Don't sleep. I'm kind of tired. I want to take a nap. I'm cranky. I need my nap. I'm so tired, bro. I don't understand why I'm so tired. I don't understand why I'm so tired. I slept plenty. But why am I tired again? You have 8 hours? Fuck it, I pushed through.
タクルがこういうプレゼントをくれるなんて珍しいね。
We're pushing through.
ありがとう。すごく嬉しい。
After seeing how happy she was, I couldn't tell her that I was trying to bribe her.
あれおかしいな。
え、なんで？
Why was she crying?
ごめんね。
I'm sorry, I just
こん
didn't
な幸
realize
せ
it was
あるんだなって思っ
possible
て。
to be so happy. Bro, was very
変
strange.
だよね。こんなことで泣いちゃうなんて。
Okay.
でも本当に嬉しかったの。ありがとうね、タクル。
Welcome back, Ram. Hello,
よかったら
hello.
半分こしない？
Welcome.
いい
Playing
で
more
しょ？
chaos, child. Delusion over. I was satisfied with the results of my simulation. So he's aware again. This might work.
よし、わかった。
Okay, I got it.
いいのか？
So he must have been really surprised by my answer because he badly overreacted.
お前はそんなに勇敢なやつだったか？
やるときはやるんだよ。ただサーバーに上げるのは待ってくれ。慎重を期したい。
オッケー。
それからとりあえず今はボードに情報を貼り付けるけれど、まとめ終わったら一旦剥がそう。ことは簡単じゃないんだ。
オッケー。
それから事件のことに関してはとりあえずクルスに秘密にしよう。それでほとぼりが冷めるまで様子を見つつ、クルスが甘いものでも食べて機嫌がいい時に切り出すんだ。
オッケー。
じゃねえだろ。ただのヘタレじゃねえか。
ヘタレじゃない。最も成功率の高い方法を弾き出したらこうなるんだ。それをヘタレと呼ぶのはヘタレの定義として。
はいはい、わかったわかった。ほら、尾上。 地図貼るからそっち持て。
オッケー。
説得を考えたらこれが一番確実なんだ。
というか宮代、マジな話だけどさ、大丈夫なのか、事件を追って。
だからいずれ説得する。ヘタレじゃないぞ、慎重なんだぞ。
じゃなくて、お前よっぽどのもん見たんだろ。ラブホテルで。
Sorry. What? Did I fall asleep? I'm sorry. Did I actually fall asleep? Bro. I'm sorry. I told y'all I was tired. Oh god. I'm sorry. I told y'all I'm tired. I don't know why I'm falling asleep. Oh, that's embarrassing. You're almost there, but I'm so tired. Can I take a nap? Okay. I already know what happens here, so I'm gonna save it anyways so we can come back to it. How long was I asleep for? How long was I asleep for? A minute? Really? It's not too bad. Kukuro. Kukuro. If we go over 48 hours, that's fine.